Okay, folks, it's 12:32. We said we'd start at 12:30, so maybe we'll get started right away here. I just wanted to say thank you very much for everyone that's on the call, all our guests. I thank you. There's quite a few of you from different provinces and also from governments and our stakeholder partners in industry. And thank you very much for being here along with our producers. Just a quick reminder to remain on mute if you can. And for those, especially on country Wi-Fi and internet, I'm sorry to say, but if you stay off the video, it really helps out the Zoom call, and it'll help you out as well too to stay on and make sure there's no glitches on our end. The other couple of pieces of business here as well, we'll allow questions after the presentations, and I would say in the business section, and if you can hold off on your questions during the speaker presentation portion, that would be very good until the end. And we do have a section at the end of the speaker presentations for you to ask questions. But during the business section, after each presentation, you're free to ask questions. We'd also ask you to raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. And if you'd like to maybe even try that right now, that would be really good. So there's a little button down at the bottom of the screen, you'll see if you're using the Zoom and not the telephone, and it says raise hand, lower hand. And when you hit that, maybe you could just practice it on your end and you can see how it works. And after you've raised your hand and asked your question, if you could lower it, that would be great too, so we don't see that raised hand. I'd also remind those that are on the telephone calls that you really can't participate, interact with us because you're on the call. But what you can do during the various motions and resolutions, if you'd like to vote, you can vote by dialing 780-267-7345. Again, that's 780-267-7345. And we'll repeat that again. It's on the screen, as you can see. We'd also remind everyone that only producers can vote during the motions and resolutions, and that we will verify that in the office before the polls are official. We also will have during the business section, because it's virtual, we've also had the board members make the motions and second them during the business section, but we will ask our producer members to vote on those issues. Just for ease, it just makes it easier so we don't have to look through the 75 plus little icons you can see on the side of your screen for someone's hand to be raised. With that, we have a little practice voting procedure here. And if you want to just walk your way through that, Charlotte, I'm not sure which joke is the funniest. So now you can just vote 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So here's vote 1 for a joke. I guess this is the funniest. What is the funniest? So if you choose it, what the answer is, and the joke, that would be great. And that'll give us a little practice, and you as well, so you can see that you're actually able to do that. For those on the phone, you can actually dial that number again if you want, text it, 780, or sorry, to text it, 780-267-7345. If you text that number and you answer the questions, again, it's a little bit difficult on this practice one. There's lots of words here. But when we go through on the motions, we'll read the motions off to you and allow you to do it.
Go ahead and close that poll, Jose.
Okay, there we go. And there we have our poll. So I guess we thought the last joke was the funniest. I am bacon. There we go. Okay. Well, with that said, we'll get to the business section of our meeting today. And with that, I'll introduce our chair, Mr. Brent Moen, who's here right now and should be at the top of your screen there to see. Mr. Chairman.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our 2021 virtual AGM. we've got a number of topics to discuss and cover today. So I thank you for your attention. I also thank you in advance for muting your phones and doing those types of things so that we don't get a whole lot of feedback. So thank you for that. I want to start off by introducing our board of directors so everybody's aware. First of all, we got Stan Van Essen as our vice chair, Martin Waldner is our treasurer, Heinrich Fourier and Craig Thompson, Marcel Rupert, Andy Walter, and Art Bodnes make out the balance of our board members. So I believe everybody is here today except for Andy. He had another commitment. So we're all available in case you have questions to ask of a specific director. I also want to take a minute to thank our past directors who completed their term last March, I guess. And so we had Ian Moon and Mark Whiff that were both on the board of directors for a number of years, and I would like to thank them for their contribution to the board of directors. So now moving forward, the next item to discuss is the approval of the agenda. The agenda was circulated to all participants, and it's also on the screen in front of us right now for those that are on video. So the agenda has been circulated. I have a motion by Heinrich and seconded by Ard to approve the agenda for the 2021 Alberta Pork business meeting as circulated. So if everybody is in agreement, I would like to ask for that motion to be approved, please. For those that are on video, you'll see the poll in front of you in favor or against. For those that are voting on the phone, just type in favor or against, if you would please. And that has to be sent to 780-267-7345. If you want to write that down so you have it for future motions, that'd be perfect. I'm just going to give this a minute or two to get the results in. Charlotte or Darcy, if you want to just give me a flag when we're ready to go ahead, that'd be perfect.
That's been a minute now, Brent. You could probably close the poll and publish results.
Okay, perfectly. Well, 100%. Perfect. I guess we captured your attention. So, okay, moving on to item number 4 is we have the minutes of the November 26, 2020 AGM that again were circulated as part of the package to everybody. So as part of that, I have a motion presented by Stan Van Essen and seconded by Heinrich Fourier to approve the minutes of the November 26, 2020 AGM as circulated. Now, or as amended. So first of all, if you've had a chance to review the minutes, if anybody has found any need for amendment, please put it on the table now. And I'll wait for a minute and see if anybody has found a need for an amendment. And as I said, if you have an amendment, please notify us immediately on chat. Okay, not seeing any amendments, then I would ask for a motion to approve the minutes of the November 26, 2020 annual meeting as circulated, please. And again, if you're doing this by text, it's 780-267-7345. Charlotte,
been a
do you
minute,
have
Brent.
pardon me?
Yep, that's been a minute. We can go ahead and close and publish that poll.
Okay. Do you want to publish it? Oh, boy, we're scoring 100% twice. Thanks very much for everybody for your indulgence in this. So the next item is my chairman's report. So Charlotte, if you would get that up on the screen. And I want to, first of all, open my report with just a little bit of an update on the situation that we have out in BC that I'm sure everybody is acutely aware of, and watching the developments out there on a daily basis. But just so all of the producers and the people on this call are aware, last week, the Canadian Pork Council had a brief meeting regarding the situation in the Lower Mainland, and CPC passed a motion agreeing to donate $10,000 directly to BC Pork, and ask BC Pork to use that money to help cover some expenses, or basically spend as they see fit to try to help our core producers in the Lower Mainland that are really have been devastated by this. And yesterday at our Alberta Pork meeting, we passed a similar motion, donated $10,500 to BC Pork to help in the cause as well. In the grand scheme of things, there's a number of GoFundMe pages and stuff like that that are available where the money is going into a general pool, and it may go to blueberries or dairy or whatever. But both of our associations wanted our contributions to go directly to BC pork producers. So we have made a donation to help offset or be used to cover some of these the costs that these people are facing. Our hearts and sympathy go out to the owners, the producers, their families, their employees. I can't imagine what they're going through. But we are going to spend a little bit of money to try to help them out. So, okay, now I'll move on with my presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about the current situation in the hog industry in Canada, or Western Canada, from my perspective. And essentially, I'm going to summarize it in this situation. The long-term profitability for primary production in this industry is still a problem. And the recent high feed costs that we've experienced, and will probably now experience until new crop grains come in, are going to significantly impair profit and margins into 2022. When we look back, and all of this information is detailed in the report that was available online, but we continue to see an exit of independent production here in Alberta. And to summarize that, we had in 2019 338 producers, and I'm calling them primary producers. They're the ones that produce 80% of the pigs. So we had 338 producers in 2019. We had 281 in 2021. So, and of that, that's total producers. From a standpoint of independent producers, we had 111 in 2019, and we're down to 79. So it shows that, you know, producers are leaving the marketplace, specifically our independent producers, which from 2019 to 2021 saw a drop of about almost 6,800 sows, or about 30% of the production that we had in 2019 from independent producers has gone. They've either closed their facilities, or the facilities have been sold and amalgamated with larger facilities, et cetera. But the number of sows held by those producers have dropped significantly. In addition to that, we saw limited new investment in facilities and almost zero new construction. And I've used this analogy, you know, many times over the years, that if the average life of a hog barn is 25 to 30 years, we have to replace 4% of our assets every year to stay current. And in fact, what's happening is we're losing, you know, a couple of percent of our assets on an annual basis. So, and that's been consistent over the last number of years. So we are going down and our facilities are getting older and they're getting worn out. And if we don't see new investment or new construction, our industry is really going to disappear in the long term. In addition to that, our packing plants are not running at capacity. And the more pigs that we lose from the marketplace, the less pigs filling shackle spaces. And at the end of the day, that results in a higher cost of production to process a pig on a shackle. And obviously, that cost has to be accepted through a couple of places. Number one is they either lower their price to producers for the raw product that they're paying, or they raise their prices to consumers. But when we look at this on an international basis, and we as a country sell about 70% of our product to the export market. What's happening in the export position is you've got the US as an example, over the last number of years has been consistently growing their pig production, and they've been taking that new production and using it to access world markets. So what's happening is the US is really focusing on Canada's international customers as a source of sales for their growing volume. So as a consolidated industry, if we look at this as an integrated industry, when we add costs to our system and are not running at maximum capacity, those inefficiencies are going to hurt us when it comes to a standpoint of being competitive in the long term of the international market. So to me, it's something that concerns me. It's something that I look at and I ask, how can we fix it? How can we change it? And I really believe what we need to do is we need to work with our packing industry to try to maximize profitability, not only on the packing plants, but also at the farm gate level. If the farmers are profitable, they will reinvest money back into facilities and we can actually grow this industry. But without profits, it's not going to happen. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit. Obviously, everybody is totally aware of the devastation that we've had in our industry on COVID in the last almost 2 years. But I want to focus for a second on what I consider to be a success story as a result of COVID. And as everybody is aware, Ollie Mill was forced to close last February from the 15th or so to March the 5th as a result of a significant COVID outbreak in their plants. As a result of that, it created obviously a huge backlog of pigs in the marketplace in Alberta and Saskatchewan for pigs that would normally be slaughtered at the Red Deer facility. One of the things that Ollie Mill did that we have to be significantly appreciative of for them is that they rerouted 100% of their production to the US. And what that allowed us to do is they allowed the independent farmers that had contracts with Ollie Mill to have right of first shackle space when they got back into business. So what that did is it helped those that could hold the pigs in place on their facilities for the almost 3 weeks. It allowed them to move the pigs into the Ollie Mill plant on an orderly basis. And Ollie Mill actually widened their grids and so that the producers that marketed those heavy pigs were not penalized financially for it. So I really would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the producers that marketed pigs to Ollie Mill for their generosity on this. It showed a true spirit of partnership. So now, in addition to that, if we want to go to the next slide, as a result of the 3-week shutdown, the management and staff of Alberta Pork reached out to federal and provincial counterparts under the Agri Recovery Program, and we were able to secure almost $1.7 million in money out of Agri Recovery that went back directly to our producers, and it really went in for about 53 producers. They received $1.2 million in extra support to cover the incremental feed costs and stuff like that were required to keep those pigs on the farm. And about 38 producers received about $537,000 to help cover the cost of rerouting pigs to alternate markets. So collectively, from a standpoint of success, even though we were faced with it, with some huge challenges, our management and staff were able to leverage for us about $1.7 million to help offset those costs. So I'd like to extend our appreciation for that to Darcy and Charlotte and all the people at Alberta Pork that really worked hard to get the money and get it in place and get it done. One of the lessons learned from this whole initiative is that we are lacking in some cases solid information regarding movement of pigs. Manifests weren't done properly, they weren't detailed, and a lot of information was missing. So as a life lesson going forward, we have to make sure that we have got our I's dotted and T's crossed on the paperwork, because that's what allows us to recapture some of this money if it ever happens again. So, but again, that really to me is a success story that emerged in our industry out of COVID. Next slide, please. Oh, go up one, yeah. I want to touch a little bit on business risk management, and I'm going to talk about this in three core areas. One is agri-stability, the second is margin coverage, and insurance. So if we talk about agri-stability first, I want everybody to be aware that the reference margin limit has been removed. So that has been adjusted retroactive to 2020. At the end of the day, it really doesn't have a huge impact on most producers, but it is a positive adjustment to the program. The federal government has agreed to increase the compensation rate from 70% to 80%. Now, that is a pretty significant adjustment. The challenge with that is that change must also be approved by every province in order for it to come into effect. Unfortunately, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba have not approved the increase. From when it comes to agri-stability, there's a funding arrangement, a 60-40 funding arrangement. So even though the federal government has raised the compensation rate to 80%, because our province is not, our producers in Alberta are not able to benefit from that change. From a standpoint of Alberta Pork, and also from the standpoint of Canadian Pork Council, we are lobbying and have continued to lobby the various provinces to try to adopt that. But frankly, because Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Manitoba represent the largest agricultural provinces or agricultural income support programs in Canada, and they all don't have any money, they're as of yet they're not approving that increase. So it is something that I would encourage all of our producers, if you have a chance to talk to your local MLAs, is bring this up with them, because it is something that is actually creating a bit of a competitive disadvantage between Alberta producers and producers in provinces that have approved the increase. They're going to financially be compensated more out of agri-stability than we are. So I'll point that out to you. When we talk about margin coverage, the various provincial governments, and certainly Alberta government is one of them, are reviewing the business risk management programs that are in place. And one of the things that they're looking at is making some significant changes to agri-stability. And what they're talking about is various insurance programs that will that they're looking at using. We have reviewed a number of those introductory or discussion topics, I'll call it. There's no decision has been made yet on those programs, but we're certainly looking at them to try to gain as much attention as possible. When we talk about insurance, one of the things that we've talked to AFSC about is that in the US recently, they've introduced two new programs. One is a straight price insurance program that you can buy for your production output. The other is a margin protection insurance that you can buy. And while both programs are good, it really is apparent that the margin protection program is the best, because what it does is it encapsulates not only the gross selling price that you're predicted to sell your pig at, but also your deduction that your key cost of producing the pig, and that's feed. So what it allows you to do is really ensure a crush margin. And the positive of a program like that is that as a producer, you could sit down and look at your margin and make a business decision that would allow you to cover that a value that you're happy with and that reflects the cost of production on your operation, with a guaranteed, basically, program. So when we've evaluated those, we're really trying to push and get support for a margin-based program rather than a straight price insurance program. But again, these topics are all in discussion. There's been no concrete decisions made. But as CPC and Alberta Pork, we're going to continue to monitor the situation and try to lobby for programs that provide the best value for our industry. Moving on, I want to talk about return on investment. And one of the things that Alberta Pork has been trying to do over the last couple of years is provide our producers with current and relevant information, information that goes back to show return on investment, that show margins, that show costs. But I want to encourage you that this information exchange can't be a one-way street. What we're asking our producers to do is, when we provide information on cost of production, we encourage you to reach out to Bijan and provide back to Alberta Pork confidential information on cost of production in your operations, so that we can try to develop solid facts-based data that we can use to defend our industry when we're talking to the press, when we're talking to the packers, and things like that. So I encourage everybody to remember that this is a two-way street, and the more information that you can provide to us, the better it is. So if we look at the margins from 2019 to present, obviously, going back to 2019 until probably January of 2021 to March 2021, our industry had some huge swings in profitability and margins, and we probably gave back more than we made if you annualize the numbers across the board. We've had a pretty good run in 2021. We've made some pretty significant money through the summer. Margins were excellent, but as the graph shows, recent numbers in late October, margins are going down, and the trend line is not very positive for the next number of months. The other thing that's interesting on here, when we graphed Maple Leaf, Ollie Mills 2 programs and the Quebec program, they follow fairly consistent trend line patterns. For those of you that are on the Britco pricing formula, those prices pretty much match Maple Leaf's program. So you can sort of replace the Maple Leaf SIG 4 with Britco, and you're going to be fairly close. But the trends are all there. The other thing that it does show is that the Quebec price is the leader in most marketplaces and most timelines from a standpoint of providing the best margin. So moving forward, if we look at the next slide, this is really a trend line of the margins for the last 13 weeks. And that's really just up to October the 6th. And as all of you producers have been looking at your payment slips on one side for the last 4 weeks, and your feed costs on the opposite side, I know that we've broke certainly below a positive margin, and we're in a negative margin for the last 13 weeks. Again, what I'm going to point out is that if you look at the various prices, the Quebec price, the Ollie Mill prices are actually trending to be almost identical, very close in terms of gross margins for the last number of weeks. And so they seem to be moving more in alignment. But I'd also say that if you look at the maple leaf price, it's significantly below the other competitive markets. Next slide, please. When we talk about return on investment, I'm just showing this information. This is, as everybody is aware, this is part of the information that Alberta Pork and Western Hog Exchange send out on a weekly basis. And again, the purpose of this is to provide our producers with information that allows them to make good business decisions, or better business decisions, I'll call it. So what we've done is we've taken into consideration the various pricing contracts that are available. We've done some estimates on feed costs, variable costs, fixed costs of running the operation, and then established really a crush margin on a weekly point in time. And the whole idea for this is to keep this number in front of producers on a weekly basis, so that you're aware of the margin situation, and you're also aware of what is the competitive situation like in the U.S. On the two major plants that we monitor in the U.S. as well. It's another example of information that we're trying to pass on to our producers so that they have information at their fingertips to help them manage their business. I want to focus on the next slide for a minute, because to me it gives a big indication on one of the problems that we have in the Canadian industry, and that is one of a competitive, transparent price relative to our U.S. producers. And as I said earlier in the discussion, we are losing producers. Producers are independent producers, and smaller producers are getting out of the marketplace, and we have less hogs. But if you look at this and you compare it to the U.S. that continues to grow and prosper, even though last year was a tough year for them because of COVID, influences our profitability and things like that. With this forward marginal chart really highlights is if you look at the period November to May, as Canadian producers, we're in the red. And obviously these are estimates. If we get a positive upswing in future prices, that will change that. But using the same pricing points in the US, they're basically losing money until January, and then they break through and they're in profitability situation right out to May. And so what happens in my mind, it gives the producers in the US an opportunity to refill their bank accounts when our producers are still losing money, and it puts them in a much better position to take advantage of forward contract pricing opportunities and growing their industry and making money. They get to it a lot quicker than our producers do, and it gives them more money to sustain the downturns. Until we get a pricing program that gives us a competitive return on advantage of a return on investment to the US, or closer to a return, it really is going to be challenging for our industry to grow and prosper. And when I say that, I don't just mean primary production. I'm meaning filling shackle spaces and profitability at our packing level as well. So again, food for thought. So moving forward, the key on return on investment, the one thing that we're really trying to work on is price transparency. All of you should be aware that on our website, Bijan has contract comparisons for basically every contract that's out there today. That's there for your information, so that it improves your knowledge level of the various prices that are available on the marketplace. Those are tools. Please use them, and please give us information. If you believe that it's wrong or we're missing premiums or whatever, correct us, and we'll adjust the numbers. But the whole idea is to improve the exchange of knowledge between producers and relative to the contracts. From a national perspective, we're working on trying to establish mandatory price reporting so that we will be able to follow the program that's in the States right now, where it becomes more transparent. So you will have, or producers will have, an opportunity to really be able to see, who's getting premiums on product, which markets are paying more, which markets are paying less. And again, it allows you to make better decisions relative to marketing and running your business. To go forward with that, one of the things that Alberta is working on is trying to get settlement reporting similar to Ontario put in place so that we can confidentially bring the data together and present the data back to our producers so that, again, they can be educated and be knowledgeable about the industry that we're working in today. So again, I would urge all of the producers to work with Bijan and our staff at Alberta Pork to try to identify various things like pricing, what are we selling our pigs for, but also on the opposite side is to support him by providing information on costs. One of the other things that you've all saw in the last while is the feed cost information that we've been working with and providing in a transparent manner for people to look at it and see what the cost of feeding a sow, a nursery pig, a finisher pig within certain parameters are, so that you can use that as a measurement against your cost of production. Your cost may be higher, your cost may be lower, but at least it allows you to focus on the cost of production. And through that, you can calculate a bit of a crush margin on what you're getting after feed cost for your pig. So again, I encourage you to share your information, share your ideas, and work with our staff to get our information as accurate and timely as possible. So moving forward. ASF, the biggest risk that we have to our industry, as everybody is aware, is African swine fever. There are people on this call later today that are far more knowledgeable about this segment and this challenge than I am. So I'm just going to put it up there and make the comment that biosecurity is an absolute critical part of managing this program for us and keeping it out of Canada, keeping it out of North America. So I encourage you to work with your veterinarian, to work with, again, the staff of Alberta Pork, to be aware of what can you do to help minimize the risk of this, and how to, how we can work together as an industry to go forward. From a standpoint of the Canadian Pork Council, we've been working with the federal government for quite some time now to try to develop a proactive program on how we could manage this. We will continue to focus on that going forward and try to have it ready and well documented in the event of a break. But the other things we have to keep in mind as well too is really what happens if ASF breaks in the US, as our pricing program is totally derived off of US price points. If it breaks there, the value of that marketplace goes to zero. How do we develop and price our pigs in Canada in the event that we don't have it, right? It's a major consideration that we have to put some thought into. And so the whole thing of that is to develop a pricing mechanism that is decoupled from the US in the event of a break of ASF below the border. So, but again, we've got some people on the call later today that if you have questions about ASF, certainly reach out to them and ask or contact any of our staff. So now I want to talk about one of the things about African swine fever that we've spent quite a bit of time at the CPC level is talking about compartmentalization. And I will say this, when the topic of compartmentalization first came out, I looked at it as being an opportunity for the large integrators with little opportunity or reward for the independent producers. But I honestly have to tell you that I've changed my mind on that, because for a couple of reasons is number one, as a country, we export 70% of our product and we consume 30%. If ASF broke and we have recognized compartments that allow us to move pigs from certain compartments into the international marketplace, it gets surplus pigs out of the market. And that will be a benefit to every producer in Canada, whether you're in a compartment or not. So I do believe that if it's properly laid out and properly developed and managed, that it's a good program to take advantage of. There are obviously some pros and cons to it. The pros that we're an export-based industry, so it helps us protect that. It gives us an opportunity to potentially maintain some export markets, and it also reduces the animal welfare challenges that we're going to have in the event of having to close our borders, lose all the export markets, and start putting animals down and putting them into landfill rather than putting them into human consumption. So on the con side of that is that obviously right now it's not recognized internationally by all countries. There's a cost of surveillance and implementation and all of those types of things that we need to work through. The integrators who will control their own compartments and independent producers potentially may be left out. But I do believe there's an opportunity for independents to come down together and form their own compartment that can provide a benefit going forward. But all of those things we are going to evaluate and will continue to evaluate as part of our business management programs and try to come up with a plan that's good and fair to everybody. The biggest thing for me is that it must ensure equal access to shackle space by all producers, whether you're an integrator or an independent producers. We should all have access to shackle space to meet the domestic demand that's available in the market. But again, we're continuing to work on those programs as committees, and we'll keep you informed as we move forward on that. So, next slide, Charlotte, please. So as we look towards the future, what to watch for in 2022 and beyond? Well, the first thing that comes to mind is the reggae pricing program in Quebec. We have constantly held the Quebec model up in front of us in Western Canada for the last number of years and said that is the best pricing program and most transparent program that we have available, and it's something that we would like to have. As it stands right now, the program is subject to review in March of 2022, and there's been some significant developments in the Quebec marketplace over the last number of months. We really do anticipate a case where the packer is going to try to reduce the current Quebec pricing program. The other thing that's happened is notice has been provided in Quebec and Ontario by Olymel that they will not be renewing approximately 15,000 head of contracts in Quebec and 10,000 head of contracts in Ontario. That's head per week. That's a significant signal to the marketplace in Ontario and Quebec that if nothing is done, what are we going to do with those pigs? Where are they going to go? What's going to happen? And obviously, a surplus in pigs is going to discount price. I'm not saying that it'll happen. I believe when they get closer to March and the review, they're going to find areas to negotiate on and bring it back together. But if the pricing program in Quebec is significantly reduced, or the parameters are significantly reduced, it has the potential to send a strong signal back to Western Canadian packers. And at the end of the day, as a Western Canadian producer, when we're faced with, into 2022, pretty significant feed costs, the highest feed costs in my history, and if we faced with, combine that with a significant decline in the value of our carcass, we as business people, we have to be prepared to look at that and ask ourselves how we're going to manage the financial returns and the financial challenges that we could potentially face going forward into 2022. So to me, that's a huge thing to watch for. Other things that we need to consider going forward is, obviously I just mentioned it, but feed costs are at an all-time high, and they will negatively impact margins. If you go back and think about the slide that I presented with estimated forward contract values for the first 5 months, they were all red. So it's really is something to consider. I would encourage producers to talk to their packers about Do we have the ability to go to a lighter grid? The last 5 kilos of pork that we put on the back of that finished hog are the most expensive kilos that we can add. Maybe it makes sense under these high feed cost areas to go to a lighter grid and save that incremental expense. But again, those are decisions that the producers can make, need to make. But there's also things that Bijan could help you with in the calculations if you want to take a look at it and look at it from a perspective of managing your feed cost versus your return. The other things that we're going to have to watch for is climate change initiatives and things like carbon tax, weather challenges, the COP26. What are all these things going to bring? And I want to point out in the report that was circulated, there's a chart on there that estimates the impact of carbon tax pricing on hog production. And if you look at that chart, if you go between now, 2020, 2021, and to the year 2030, with the projected increases that are on the table right now, and they could be significantly more, the cost of carbon tax to a primary hog producer on a farrow to finish model is $5 to $6 in added cost. Now, if you want to put that in perspective, if we say that the average profit, net profit before tax is $8 to $10, we're talking about adding $6 of new cost to a product that we are price takers on when we sell it to the marketplace. So we either need to get this fixed and changed, or we need to find a way that we can extract the extra $5 to $6 out of, and add that value onto the cost of the pig, so that we can actually maintain our profit margins. Now, it's easy for us to try to say, okay, we'll pass that carbon tax on to Canadian consumers. That is a very simplistic way to look at it. But then let's think about this. We've got huge amounts of American meat showing up on the shelf beside our Canadian pork. They're not going to be faced with that same cost increase. So who's going to have the competitive advantage in a situation like that? Certainly not a Canadian producer. The other part is when we sell to the international market against countries that aren't following as an aggressive carbon tax initiative, it's going to be extremely hard to maintain our margins in that cost in that cost factor, I'll call it, we're carrying that extra cost of production. So carbon tax to me is going to be a huge challenge that we have to work with, and from a standpoint of CPC and Alberta Pork, we are in discussions on that again. But we have a federal government in place today that really believes that they can add those costs on, and everybody will be happy about it. I'm as concerned about the environment as everybody else, but I also believe that we need to make money, and we need to be able to provide opportunities for employment and growth and stuff like that. So we can't do that without profits. Weather challenges. Obviously, the pictures to the right show a couple of shots out of BC. Where's this all going to end? Who knows? I mean, we do have some climate change initiatives out there today. That the weather patterns certainly seem to be changing. If we have another hot, dry summer, what are grain prices going to be next year? So lots of things to take into consideration. And then also as we move forward over the next number of years, from an international perspective, what changes are going to happen that are going to impact our ability to produce food at a lower cost or at a competitive cost and make a profit. So big things coming up. Supply chain issues. Who would have thought that our grocery stores would have bare shelves? And we experienced that with COVID last year. We're certainly experiencing that right now with disruption in movement of product from the West Coast into Alberta and Western Canada. Those challenges are very, very real. The other thing, and we talked about this at our meeting yesterday, is the mandatory vaccination of transport drivers, bringing products like corn, soybean meal, feed ingredients from the US into Canada, where they're required to be vaccinated, fully vaccinated after the middle of January. If we see a significant decrease in truckers, it's could potentially provide some bottlenecks to the delivery of raw materials into our marketplace, and conversely, on the other side, could provide some issues on getting our product to markets in the world because of less people to haul our product. So lots of things to consider on the supply chain. Farming is never easy, but I would speculate that it's going to get a lot tougher over the next 5 years. There's an awful lot of issues that are going to directly impact us that we don't have a whole lot of control over. The other thing, if you look at the inflation, 1.8% in January, 2.9% in September, 4% they're projecting in October, November. That will force us to pay more wages, pay higher input costs, and do those types of things in a industry where margins are already challenged. So it really goes back to basic premise of business is that you need to know your costs, because a 4% increase in your cost of production at $220 a pig adds up pretty quick. So inflation could be a major factor. The other thing within that as well is challenges for labor. We constantly are challenged for our ability to hire farm workers, and that is going to get harder as well going forward. Next slide, please. So what else to watch for going forward now that I've filled everybody with all these words of optimism? I want to add just a comment about the Canadian Pork Excellent Program. As it stands today, the CQA, the current program, will no longer be supported as of December 31st, 2023. Under the rules of CPE, it requires in-person training for all farm managers. Farms need to operate under the new program procedures for 3 months prior to receiving a validation. Now, I will say this, is there a potential that the current legislation could be extended? Yes, it could, right? But as it stands today, it is slated to disappear on December 31st, 2023. We're basically 2 years away from that happening. So I would encourage those farms that are interested in moving forward to CPE to start to put action plans in place for that now. Work with our staff, and we'll be happy to work through that. But also for those that are more than happy to stay on the CQA program, then you'll have to develop a plan as to with your packer as to what happens on December the 31st, 2023. And I'll say that could be extended. It has been extended before, but it's something that we just have to watch for and prepare for. So that sort of completes my my presentation. I will open it up for questions. If you have any questions that you want to ask, you can raise your hand, I guess, and Charlotte will be the communicator, the point person to delegate those out. Or you can send a chat message, or you can simply give me a call anytime you want, and I'm always happy to discuss the industry. So, Charlotte, do we have any questions?
No questions at this time, Brent, but perhaps we can just give it a few minutes here and just see if some comes in or a hand pops up.
While people are thinking about it, I want to add this, is that the tone of my message today is obviously challenging, but I want to bring it back by saying that I do believe that as a country and as Western Canadians, and certainly as Albertans, we have the ability to produce the best quality pork in the world. We have the long-term opportunity to do it at a competitive cost. And I do believe that there's a future for hog production in Alberta and Western Canada, and Canada for that matter. I think what we really need to do is we need to work with our business partners, and we need to work together to change our pricing programs to make them fair, that allow us to, that allow what I will call an equal distribution of profits from retailers back to packers and back to producers. So
Mr.
Sorry,
Chairman,
Brent.
we do have some action happening here in the chat now.
okay.
We have, I'll start with the first one from Nathan Stahl, who said, do you know why the provincial governments are hesitant to approve the increase to compensation rate? I'm assuming Nathan is chatting about the agri-stability. And then we have a few more on the CPE here.
Okay, well, I'll start with Nathan's comment. It's all about money. If you look at agri-stability and raising the compensation rate, they don't raise the compensation rate by agricultural sector, I'll call it. So they can't just raise the compensation rate for pork producers. They would have to raise it for every agricultural producer out there. For Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, hog production as a percentage of the total revenue for agri-stability is relatively minor. The huge participants in the agri-stability program are grain farms. And of course, the outlook for the grain industry for the last year, given the drought and everything else, wasn't very favorable. So the big worry was if they change the payment, it has the potential to cost the Western Canadian provinces a huge amount of money. And and also on the opposite side, with the challenges of COVID and the money that has been spent on that, it just become an economic decision for them that we just can't afford it. So unfortunately, that is the reality of it.
Thank you, Brent. I'll flip you over to the next subject. We've got 3 questions here. Two questions and 1 comment. They're all in the CPE theme, so I'll try to merge these together. But essentially, producers here are asking, what dollars is Alberta Pork asking from the packers for CPE? So really that longstanding issue is are producers going to get paid for CPE?
Okay, well, the benchmark that has been set in Quebec is $2 under their pricing program for CPE and the attributes of their program. So, while we talked and had a motion a while ago for $7 for the value of CPE, et cetera, that was considered to be what I'll call an unrealistic ask, and we certainly weren't going to be able to leverage that from the Western Canadian packers. So essentially the number would still be $2 if we could get it. What I would say on that though is that if you look at, and I'll use the new Olymel contract as an example. While Olymel didn't specifically attribute the change in their contract to CPE, they did put across the board freight subsidy of an average of $6.80. So they made a significant change to their program to raise the gross price, but there's really no line item value in there for CPE. So you have to, in my mind, look at contract by contract and say, what is the best price in the marketplace? And then also in a negotiation with your packers is, negotiate as hard as you can to get a value for it.
Thank you, Brent. We have perhaps one last question here on insurance. It's from a producer who asks, is margin coverage insurance a serious discussion? And how likely is this going to be implemented, as this could be huge for industry?
Well, I would say this, Mick, that the governments are talking about 2 programs. One is price insurance. The other is gross margin insurance. They are leaning towards price insurance because it's easier to calculate, I'll call it. Okay. and you can simply run off the value of the futures markets less the basis, and then take the exchange rate, et cetera, and you can establish, much like we do for forward contract comparisons, a value for the price going forward. When you talk to the governments about a gross margin insurance, where you take in on one side the price and on the opposite side your primary feed costs, it becomes a lot more difficult for them to understand it and comprehend it. But we're fortunate in that we've got a very good model now working in the US. And so, our point from a standpoint of CPC and Alberta Pork is we want to try to encourage the government as much as possible to really look at a margin insurance. It's far better than a straight revenue insurance program. And so that's our goal. Whether we'll be successful or not remains to be seen, but there is serious interest in that product.
Thank you, Brent. We do have one more question, but probably best that we answer this one offline so we can continue forward with our agenda.
Okay, Dave, on that question, my phone number is 403-934-0258. Give me a call at your convenience, and I'll be happy to discuss that question, or maybe cover it off later if we have time. All right, well, that concludes my presentation. I have a motion by Craig Thompson and second by Stan Van Essen to accept my chair's report. So I guess we have to have a vote on that. Now, given the tone of my thing, if I've got 60% or against me, I can understand that because it wasn't a positive message, but I hope it was realistic. And I above all else, I hope it made you think about the future going forward and the challenges of our industry and come up with some solid solutions. So the motion is on the table. For those voting by phone, 780-267-7345. And I will give you a minute. And again, I'll remind everybody, feel free to give me a call or send me an email if you want to discuss any of the things that I've covered or things that are important to you as a producer that I may have missed. So. Is our minute up, Charlotte?
15 more seconds, Brent.
Okay.
And Jose, go ahead and close that.
Well, 95.5. I'm very satisfied with that. So thank you very much. So in conclusion, I want to pass the chair over to Darcy for his director's report.
There we go. My apologies. Hopefully you can hear me and see me now. Anyhow, in the interest of time, I'll just try not to give you too many surprises, and we'll work our way through. And I may just skip a slide or so here as we're starting to run shy of time, and we want our speakers to be able to get their information across to you as well. Just a couple of things that I wanted to speak to you about today. One is just a review of 2021, and Brent has covered quite a bit of that. So I'll just touch on a few things, and then just talk to you about the business plan that our board has looked at as a new approach as we go forward into 2022. It wouldn't be right for myself just to speak about all these things without giving recognition to our staff. It's been doing such a great job this last year. Javier, Charlotte, Andrew, Marilyn, Beyond, Chris, Christina, Jose, and Janice. I'm sure some of you have spoken to at least one or more of them in the last year. and they've done a fantastic job and are here pretty much every day that we can be, working away for our producers. So thanks to them. I really do appreciate all the hard work they do. Some of the issues that we cover off, and one is I just wanted to touch base on advocacy. I know it's a tough thing. We have 300 commercial farms. We have over 900 registered producers, and each one of you has a different issue. When you call us, some are overlapping, some are unique, some are personal, some are industry-wide. But just to give you an idea, I know Brent has touched some of these. I won't spend too much time on them. But I did really want to make mention that, you know, when we look at these first two items, whether it's drought assistance, agri recovery, and we ask for certain things, and we can go into detail about those offline if you like, or we can try to have meetings later on, which we will, smaller producer meetings, as well as we have our semi-annual meeting coming up as well too in the spring, which will be in person unless we're required not to. But just to let you know that when we went through this agri recovery process with our provincial governments, when the Ole Mill plant closure happened, our government went way above what it was required to do to give us some special treatment. And I won't say everything about that while we're in the public domain, but I will say though that they did help us immensely, and they did respond very quickly. Because those producers going to Ole Mill were facing a serious issue. And to that extent, we will look at other ways of going forward with the government to discuss and have producers with us when we do that, so that they can explain to MLAs and MPs why they are similar to the beef industry during a drought crisis, and why we should have drought assistance as well too. So we have written letters to federal and provincial ministers. We have met with the deputy and assistant deputy ministers. We've had many conversations. We've done it across 4 provinces. And as of yet, we haven't got an official response. And we will go and visit some MLAs and MPs as well too. There's many things that we've covered off. Some of them from, you know, looking at, as Brent mentioned, a number of these times where we spend time looking at and working with other provinces and our national organization, CPC, when it comes to business risk management programs, trying to respond back. They're not just a one-time shot. We constantly have conversations, try to improve on them, see what we can do. And as noted, the compensation rate increase was not approved by our Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba governments. And so it's kind of held at a bit of a stall there. But it is something that would make a lot of difference for pork producers. A lot of red tape has been cut out of regulations by our government in the last 2 years, and we continue to provide input onto that as well. We do have some MAPA regulation changes, so that's the regulations that Alberta Pork is managed under. And one of those bigger ones, aside from just administrative cleanup, is going back to the settlement data requests from processors, so that we have the opportunity to show data on the value of the pigs being sold in Alberta, similar to what they do in Ontario. We also, on a continuous basis, work on grant programs to make sure that there's changes and improvements there, and to help out producers where they're not able to access. One of the big ones, I think, in my mind, is the compromised animal aspect of things, where the Alberta SPCA and the meat inspectors, provincial meat inspectors, work very closely with Alberta Pork to make sure that we deal with education and we avoid what would be court actions. And so far to date, we have never had a repeat offender. And I thank Javier and Chris from our team for that they're going out and speaking and working with, and providing extra training to producers who've run into these problems as well. We also have done a great deal of work in the labor issues, speaking to governments at various levels, trying to make sure that we can have temporary foreign workers. And for those pork producers who are familiar with Mark Chambers from Sunterra Farms, he has also done a yeoman's amount of work for the industry. And if you ever get a chance to see him again, you should thank him for that if you need temporary foreign workers, because he has done a great job. On the ASF file, a huge amount of things going on for producers, and I know you don't always see them, and you probably don't always recognize the value of the work that's there being done for you, so that if we happen to see ASF in our country, that you may still survive and move through that. And there are a number of people on an everyday basis working on these things for you to make sure that we can continue to have an industry and move it forward. Trade issues, while you may not think they're important, 70+% of the product that we produce in the country leaves the country. And so trade is a #1 issue for us to make sure that we can continue with that. And we try to work with processors so that they can continue to have that trade move forward. On emergency response, we ask you to please be involved in that, to take the training, to look at it, because that is a lifeline for you, especially when we have things like the BC floods and your trailer might get stuck there, to understand what you might do, who are the connections, who are the contacts, how to get things done. It's important to know what possibly could happen and what you might need to do. Public trust is a big issue, especially in municipalities. And our intensive livestock working group, working with Myers Norris Penny, has been working on that to try to help us with this right to farm types of issues. And we need to continue to do that. Media inquiries, that is a big area that we try to do things on a continuous basis. So whenever there's an issue, many of these that I just mentioned, the media come to us and we try to respond back to them and to let them know what's really happening. Some of the projects we've been working on, obviously the data transparency side of things, trying to put information across. One of the areas that would really be helpful to us, we say it over and over and over again, I know it's like a broken record, but when we don't know what you know, it doesn't help us very much to go forward and be your advocate. And part of that is cost of production and understanding that, the settlement data, that's why we're looking at legislation. We are purchasing data as well because we don't have a lot of producers who provide it to us. And so we try to find data wherever we can to get a good understanding of where production costs are. We've started to look at a number of things like the Gowan's feed calculator to help you understand and work better maybe through your cost of production, to look at different ways to look at feed formulas. We provide a weekly market report with Steve Zever as well, so that you can see where the marketplace is across the country and even in the US, to get a good idea where you're comparing. A number of economic studies have been done, articles that have been out, and we will work more on the trends and global events to help you with that. And again, on the grant side of things, to make sure that that's from a revenue side of things, that you have opportunity to access those grants for a number of things that can help you on your farm. And as I mentioned, like the business risk management stuff, again, it's a continuous thing to try to find better ways to make that work for you when you need it. On the production side of things, we've started a process this year. We have been for the last number of years looking at internal audits. So your validator does the work with you when it comes to quality assurance. Javier and Chris look at internal audits, so they check internally the system, and that's to help you to understand all the things that maybe you would fail on if you went through an external audit. We come back and do external audits, and this year we did 4, and in the future we'll do more. And quite frankly, our external audits showed that you're doing a great job. So hats off to our producers that were the first 4 to go through. And it's looking really good. Unfortunately, when we have internal audits and we have 11 out of 12 respond back to all the corrective actions, that says that we have 8% that aren't. So we need to work on that. If we believe in the system, and if we want to show everybody that we're doing a good job, we just have to follow through on it. The alternative is what's going on in BC, where there is an external auditor who's walking into your farm right now, and it's called the BC SPCA. And they have great powers, and they don't need your permission to come onto the farm. So we want to avoid that. We want to do things correctly, and we want to have those internal and external audits just so that we can work together and fix our problems before somebody else tries to do it for us. Biosecurity, traceability, surveillance for disease issues are something we've worked very hard on. And we do appreciate all the hard work producers are doing to follow through on those and to make sure that we're keeping disease out. Lots of training has gone on this year as well for TQA, euthanasia, animal handling, discussions on ASF. And yes, we have done some preliminary training on CPE with those producers who want to do it. Emergency planning, again, that is available to you to sit and talk and make sure we have plans in place to help you out. Environmental footprinting, do thank those that took part in the University of Manitoba project. We haven't got their results back. Again, that's the nature of universities doing it. It takes a little longer. We are looking at future projects. One is with Versco Solutions, who will look at our footprint and the things that we're doing so that we have a scorecard to work forward and we can show the public the good work that's happening in the hog industry in Alberta. Antimicrobial usage is another big one. Our scorecard is something people are watching. And I do appreciate all those farms and the vets that have been helping us out to keep that information and to monitor to see how we're changing as we go forward. We do have a bit of a smoke detector. This is the Canada West Swine Health Intelligence Network, which is the four Western provinces working together to monitor and look for disease issues, working with our vets, working with our chief provincial veterinarians. And then just overall disease surveillance that goes on an ongoing basis when we're trying to look for things. ASF preparedness, as I've mentioned before, we've done quite a few things. Our staff has been instrumental in a number of those areas and getting tools ready and prepared and that others can use as well across the country. And then, our industry partners, as I noted before, the Intensive Livestock Working Group, but also the Swine Innovation Pork Research Group, which is our own industry research body, as well as the Prairie Swine Center and the U of A that we work with to try to come up with solutions. Number of communication things that we try to put forward, which Andrew Heck is constantly looking at and trying to put information out to you on a weekly, daily basis, 6 times a year or 5 times a year with the Canadian Hog Journal. Also looking at webinars that we've done in the past, and we'll do quite a few more in the future. I know Beyond has got some coming up, speaking to analysts to provide information for you. And as well as some of those events like the Banff Pork Seminar. If you're able to go, please go. It's important to make these things continue on. You're able to go if you're vaccinated. And we also have things like the Red Deer Swine Tech Workshop, which is, I think, a fabulous tool and something we can all work together to make even better in the future. One of the main areas I wanted to speak to you about today really was our business plan as we move forward and the new approach that our board is taking along with our staff. And some key phrases that came out of the beginning of our plan to do this was that we deliver services so our producers and industry partners receive the best value possible, and we believe in that, and that's what we want to strive for. We act like a business in supporting our customers' business, so that means that we want to act as business people, thinking as business for you, and our customer is you, the producer, and we win when you win. And those are some of the key things that we look forward to in the future, and part of that is what's gone on recently. As we look at some of these things in a business plan and how things are connected, we see producers, transporters, processors, the simple things of a container moving back and forth, rail lines being taken out and ports and roadways being taken out by floods, how our workers are showing up or not showing up at processing facilities or loading docks, or are they able to cross a border because of vaccination or not? All these things are important and they're all connected. The climate, our image, the expenses that we face or you face, the revenue that you gain or don't gain. These are all things that all fit together in the package. And we really have to ask the question, are we prepared for some of these things and are we working together? And so with our business plan, we're hoping we can start to face some of those things a little better than we have in the past and gain more for our producers. Some things that our board and our staff spoke about when they met and tried to look at how do we move forward in the future really are to be a trusted source of information. And we say these words over and over again about transparency, but it is making sure that the information out there is transparent. We also want it to be credible, factual, timely, and reliable. We look at our role as also working on relationships, whether it's ourselves with producers, whether it's working with the packers, processors, governments, the public, our stakeholder partners that we work with on a day-to-day basis. And we want to bridge gaps where there are problems and see what we can do. We want to be collaborative and supportive. And foremost, the other side of this too is to be proactive. We need to address issues before they become a concern. And we need to prepare producers by helping them with that information so that they can make their decisions. And you're the decision maker as the producer, not Alberta Pork. So our role is to provide information to help you make that decision. When we look at our business plan, there's three main elements that we look at any successful business. And I'll be very honest with you. We took a page, and we'll talk about it a little later on. We took a page from the Quebec producers who looked at the same type of thing back in 2007, 2008. And it really comes down to focusing our attention on and putting most of our things into these three boxes: revenue, expense, and image. And if we act like a business, we're acting like a business in support of you, our customer, and your business. So some of those things, as we look at it going forward, something's stalled here. There we go. Is looking at this on the revenue side. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's happening here. There we go. So whether it's transparency, the value of pigs, BRM, insurance issues, and we've heard that from producers as we've started to meet with small groups, and we'll do many more with producers to talk about things, about the limited number of organizations that can provide insurance to producers and the types of insurance that you're looking forward to. Grant supports that are out there. So if we have to make changes, as noted by Brent when it comes to energy and carbon, that those are useful and sufficient for you. Looking at market trends and global events, a lot of this feed related issues that we're facing right now didn't start this summer. They started the summer before. And, being prepared and seeing that and getting on top of it is what we need to do in the future when we see these kinds of things. So, it's taking challenges and looking at it and saying, well, how do we make things more transparent? And maybe how do we reduce insurance costs? But more importantly, maybe how do we find insurance to protect that revenue you do have in case there is an issue, especially in the case of disease. When we look on the expense side, again, broken record, cost of production, we don't know what we don't know. And this is what we have to base everything off of. Where are the problems? And I can tell you, in the past, when we've had more information, we've have found different solutions to help producers with some of those costs. Energy usage is definitely a big one. And how do we reduce that? We reduce energy usage, we reduce the carbon tax. If we can use the carbon tax, let's put it back out there into grant forms to buy more things, to get more things, to reduce more energy. It's a cycle that helps out and brings down those costs. There's a number of issues there that we can work on, including regulatory burden. And as we go forward, perhaps reducing some of that antimicrobial usage, which consumers are watching, and so are governments, but perhaps that helps out your bottom line as well, too, if we look at the whole picture. And again, energy expenses. There's 4 Ps that we have to be mindful of in our image. That's the pigs. And with that it's the quality assurance programs, health and welfare. It's looking at biosecurity, emergency planning for those pigs in the event that there are problems. And we're seeing that now in BC with a number. Now, I'll give it to you, like what could you imagine in a 1 in 500 year flood? But there are other issues that do happen, and we need to be prepared for them, and we need to be able to show the public that we're doing that. On the labor side, the same thing, making sure that we are looking after workers, that we are looking after, in our case, as Alberta Pork, that we are mindful of our producers and the issues that they face and try to find things that could help them out. Farm safety is a big one as well, and we do participate in that arena and support that with not only dollars, but also Mark Whiff sits as our representative on the Alberta Farm Safety Group. As we go forward as well, we need to consider, and we've heard it over and over again, the planet and environmental impact, carbon, energy, water, those types of things. And we really do need to stay focused on that. Governments are definitely focused on it. And that's where a lot of funding and issues will be facing us will come from. And we do need to look at what can be the opportunities. And again, progress, if we can find new innovative ways, new research, and we need to work harder on the dollars that we provide for research to get more solutions for you as the producers. We have lots of people who are looking at this, whether it's the consumers, the public, our community in general, governments, even our stakeholders and our partners. They face these same issues, they face these same things, and they need us to be part of it as well too. So if we look at the challenges and opportunities on that side, being prepared and reducing our risks, it's a win for our producers, and it's a win for everybody else as well too. So in our business plan, we look at steps forward really are to meet with producers to target our efforts. So smaller groups, one-on-one, 4, 5, 6 producers together. We've had a few of these kinds of meetings already. We want to have more. We'll look at the semi-annual meetings. We'll look at other venues where we're at, whether it's the BAM Pork Seminar or other things, to get your input, to talk to you about the things we're doing. We also want to talk to processors to help bridge those gaps where we're having problems. To meet with government to improve our understanding. So no more just letters, here's a letter to the minister or to the premier. It is really taking you as producers, going with us into the constituency office of your MLA and MP and talking to them about the issues that we face. So they're more aware. And then improving the public awareness about what we're doing. We have a new organization called the Pork Promotion and Research Agency that has dollars that will go into promoting pork. We have Canada Pork, which does a great job across the country with the national program as well as the international program. And there are some activities that Alberta Pork does as well too, to try to get consumer awareness and the public awareness about the great things that our producers are doing. Well, the surprise is gone. This guy is going to be very happy with what he got, but let's us prepare to win together. And one of those things that we can do really is to look at a pilot project that we have coming forward. If we want to reduce our impact on the environment, one of those ways is to reduce our energy usage and to find new ways that we can actually operate and not have such a big impact on the environment. Another side of the things that we can do to help ourselves is maybe to reduce risk. And part of that risk might be to lower our premiums. It might also be, in some cases, to look at biosecurity, which would help us with disease issues, which then would allow us to be insured to make sure that we can insure the revenue that's being generated into the future and to secure that. When we do that, we have a little gift for you. That's your surprise as the producers on this call today. We have a little tool. We'll send out some information and we'll hope you'll use it and be part of the pilot project that we're proposing. And so if you watch for that in the mail, it's coming to you. We'll have one tool per farm for those that are on the call today. And hopefully it's a start to other things that we can do to take a challenge and make it into a positive thing. And with that, I just would like to say thank you to our producers, our board, other stakeholders, those that are on the call here today as well, for your continued support and participation in the various projects and initiatives that we've undertaken in the past, as well as those hopefully in the future. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Darcy. First of all, are there any questions that you may have for Darcy on his report? If so, we can deal with them now, or we can deal with them later.
No questions as of yet, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well then I'll move on in the interest of time. And if you have a question, we can deal with it later at the end of the day. So I have a motion to approve Darcy's presentation. The mover is Marcel Rupert, second by Martin Wallner.
Mr. Chairman, one moment. Darcy, could you just end your share so I can
you
post
betcha.
the motion?
Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
Motion is basically to accept the executive director's report. And again, if you're voting by phone, it's 780-267-7345. And you've got 1 minute.
That's our minute, Jose.
Oh, 92-8. So the motion is passed. Thank you very much.
You won.
I now want to turn the chair over to Martin Waldner, please, to proceed with the auditor's report.
Okay, thanks, Brent. So I'll take this opportunity to introduce Shannon Troke from King and Company to present the 2020-2021 financial statements. Welcome, Shannon, and I will turn it over to you now. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin, and thanks for having me today, everybody. I'm going to just share my screen. I have the statements up here. I'll just do a quick overview of the financial statements and then take any questions if there are any at the end. I'll just do some of the highlights. So the first thing is the independent auditors report, which is up on the screen here. So this is basically our part of the financial statements. We perform the audit in accordance with Canadian auditing standards, and the statements are prepared in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. We met with the board back in October, and they approved the statements at that point in time. So up top here is our opinion of the financial statements, and it's what I would call a clean audit opinion. There's nothing that has come to our attention that says that the statements would be materially misstated. Let's move on to the statement of financial position. So this is basically the balance sheet for the year. So up top are the assets, and then there's the liabilities, and then there's the net assets section. So some of the highlights on this page, there's up top, there was overall assets of 7.8 million at August 31st compared to 6.6 in the previous year. The main reason for the increase, there was cash increased by about $400,000, and the portfolio investments increased by about $800,000. So those increases were from two different things mainly. There was, as we'll see on the next page, a surplus of about $900,000. But there was also cash that came in for the operating grants that wasn't fully expended at the end of the year. So there's but an additional cash inflow sitting in the bank account at August 31st, about $300,000 compared to the previous year. So under the current liabilities, there's the accounts payable. So it's basically operational expenditures, salaries, and vacation pay. It's a little bit of an increase. Some of it's from vacation is because of COVID. Still, staff weren't able to take as much time off as they usually would. And then as I just mentioned, the operating grants increased. Under the net assets section, basically what would be left over if all the assets were sold at August 31st and then all the liabilities were paid off, was an increase that we'll see more detail on the next page, overall about $900,000. It's broken out between the investment in property and equipment, which is always the same as the property and equipment up top. And then there's the internally restricted funds of $2 million, which haven't changed from the previous year. And then there's the unrestricted funds of about $3.6 million. On the statement of operations, so the activity for the year, up top is the revenue, and then there's the operational expenses, and then we break out other revenue expenses, which is mainly due to amortization and the investment accounts. So overall, there was an increase in revenue by about $800,000. It was 3.8 million for the year compared to 3 million in the previous year. The operational expenditures also increased to about 3.4 million from 2.7 million in the previous year. And the main reason for both of those increases is due to the grant revenue and expenses. So the grant revenue is 1.1 million, 1.125, and then the expenses were 1.138. Typically, those are going to be always the same amount or pretty close to it, unless there's board-supported grant expenditures, which will be higher in the next year. Just because the matching grant programs that are coming up. And then, so last year there was 480,000 in grants in revenue and 498 in expenses. And the other thing to note is the universal service charges increased to 2.6 million from 2.4 million. So the surplus from operations was 430,000 compared to 245. And this has been earmarked for matching grants that will be taking place in over the next year or two. Under the other revenue and expenses, the first section is the investments. So there was a surplus from investments of 457,000 this year compared to 223 in the previous year. So the markets were a bit better over the fiscal year compared to the previous fiscal year, because there was an increase in the portfolio of 355,000 just from the change in increase in market value compared to 188 in the previous year. And then the actual investment income realized was 101,000. So that's income from interest, dividends, and actual gains on disposal of some of the investments. And then there was just the property and equipment section. So there was some equipment was sold during the year for a gain of 29,000, and there's the amortization expense of $7,600. So the overall surplus for the year was 908,000 compared to 445 in the previous year. The rest of the statements is actually just quickly the statement change in assets. So this is just the bottom of the first page we're looking at, the internally restricted and the unrestricted fund. How much is left over? So there's the 2 million internally restricted, and then the 3.6 million unrestricted. And then the rest is just more detail. So there's the statement of cash flows, and then the notes of the financial statements that provide some more backup for the numbers that we were just reviewing. But I didn't have anything specifically to point out that I haven't mentioned already. Is there any questions at all?
No questions at this time, Shannon. I'll just give it a minute here. Well, Shannon, it's looking like you've answered everybody's questions, so there's nothing popping up here.
Okay, I'll just return the screen sharing back to you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
So do I turn it over to you, Brent, or do I keep going?
Sorry, Martin, you keep going. You introduce the motion.
So the motion I'd like to introduce is a recommendation for auditors for 2021-2022 fiscal year, that King and Company be named auditors for the year of 2021-2022.
Can I just back you up one step, and we'll just read the motion on the screen here to accept the 2020 to 2021 financial statements as presented in the auditor's report, and then we can move on to that second one.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Jose, go ahead and launch the poll, please. Okay, Jose, you can go ahead and close that poll now.
Okay, thank you, Jose. So that's 94% in favor, 6% against. Pretty good record. So that was for I moved the motion, and seconder was Craig Thompson. So I'd like to introduce the motion for recommendations for the auditor for 2021-2022 fiscal year. a motion that King and Company be named the auditors for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. And producers participating by phone, they can text their vote to 780-267-7345. And those in favor can click in favor on virtual or against. So we'll give it a minute for results to come in. Let me know, Charlotte, when you have a minute up.
All right, Martin, that's pretty close to our minute, so I think we could close that poll now.
Thanks, everyone. 100% in favor, no one against. Looks good. So next, I would like to move on and introduce Stan. We'll move to our resolutions, and I will turn it over to Stan Van Nessen, Chairman of the Resolution Committee, to lead this discussion. Stan, turn it over to you.
Thanks, Martin. Good afternoon, everybody. As Chair of the Resolutions Committee, we have 2 resolutions to discuss this year. But before we move on to the businesses at hand, I'll remind you that this year, Alberta Pork required all resolutions to be submitted by November 12, 2021 to support producer awareness of the resolutions ahead of the meeting. As a result, resolutions from the floor will not be accepted at this time. Producers will be able to vote on the resolutions the same way we have with the motions earlier in the meeting. For those producers on the phone, you can text your vote into 780-267-7345. To begin with, I just want to remind producers in attendance about the role of resolutions. If you can see it on your screen also, but for the board of directors as your elected representatives, the resolutions presented at the AGM are recommendations from the producer body to the board of directors. And the role of the board of directors is to choose which resolutions they're able to move forward on. And as such, resolutions are not binding. The first item that we have to deal with before we go to new resolutions is a resolution from 2020 on the single desk selling. I'm going to ask our chair, Brent Moon, to give an update on this and lead the discussion on the resolution. Brent?
Okay, thank you. So the resolution is on the screen, but for those that are on the phone, the resolution is, well, I'm not going to read the first thing. Let's get to the core at the bottom. Go down, yeah. Be it resolved that Alberta Pork pursue a single desk selling system similar to Quebec and as presented at the Alberta Pork 2019 AGM to give producers across Alberta the ability to obtain a fair price for their pigs that allows for profits over and above the cost of production, creating producer profitability and allowing for future growth of the industry in Alberta. So that was the resolution that was presented at our meeting last year. So Darcy, you want to move forward with, or Charlotte, with the next? So just from a standpoint of background very quickly, the shift to a single desk model would require the support of Marketing Council, the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, and the producers. A consultation process would be required, and we've put together all of this information so that we could understand what will have to be done or would have to be done. So the consultation would include all the other stakeholders, not only producers, but processors. The feedback would be heavily considered by Marketing Council, the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry. Next slide, please. The plan regulation amendments would then be required to be prepared. The process would involve a plebiscite as per section of the amendment, as a section of the amendment would substantially change the way in which the production or marketing or both of the regulated product is to be controlled or regulated. And at a minimum, the process would take probably 18 months to complete. And that's just to complete the process to get us to a point of having a plebiscite. Next slide, please. So if we look at the Quebec model and the differences between Alberta and Quebec as it stands today, their single desk model was already in place. In 2007, the Quebec industry recognized the need to act as a business. Processor is a producer's customer. They agreed to work together to manage the supply and compete internationally, striving for a price equivalency to the US, adjustment to smaller weights, and a reduction in production costs. The price negotiations with collaborative solutions that provided value for both producer and processor. As everybody is aware, we disbanded our single desk in Alberta in 1996. So that whole process was voted on by producers at that point in time, and it was agreed to have it removed. It would likely be challenged by processors and producers if we went forward with a single desk resolution or plebiscite. We've had a number of producers that have reached out and said they would not support a single desk. We've certainly had a number of processors that have raised questions about it. The number of pigs held by independent producers is less than those seen in 1996. So the number of pigs independently is certainly contracted. Also, WHE and HAMS provide systems where producers can market with one voice. A single desk would undermine those entities. So that's the differences really between Alberta and Quebec. Next slide, please. So after debating this motion or resolution at the board level, the decision has been made as follows, that the Alberta Pork Board of Directors feels that pursuing and achieving a workable single desk marketing system in today's environment would not be feasible. However, pursuing a better business approach between producers and processors while providing transparency in the system could have a more positive outcome and could actually be done at a timeline that's probably easier to achieve than going through a plebiscite, investing all that time and effort and then having it lost. We believe that our money and time is better spent in face-to-face communications with our processors in a business-like fashion. Next slide, please. So basis that, I'm sorry, I moved ahead too quickly. So basis that after due deliberation, it was decided by the board as per our requirements and our outcome that we will not pursue a single desk at this point in time because we don't, number one, we don't believe that it would pass and that we believe we're better to focus our efforts on creating a positive outcome by working face-to-face in a business-like fashion with our producers and packers. So that's basically what our board has decided and agreed upon. So that will put to bed at this time the resolution on single desk. Is there any discussion on that before we move forward?
No questions in as of yet.
Okay, well, let's move forward with the next resolution, and if a question appears, we'll deal with it at the end of the next resolution as well. So Stan, it's back to you.
Thanks, Brett. This year, Alberta Pork has received 2 new resolutions. The first one is on COVID-19, and the second one is on pig trace tags. Before I ask Charlotte to read out the resolutions so that those on the phone can also hear it, I just want to quickly give everybody a note on the process. After Charlotte reads the resolution, the mover will have 2 minutes to speak. The seconder will have 1 minute to speak. And then I'm going to give a couple minutes for producers to speak to the motion. Obviously, it's pretty hard to tell whether anybody is for or against via Zoom, but we'll try to keep it balanced. In the interest of time, we're going to keep it to maybe 4 or 5 speakers, depending if, remember that your vote also says a lot. And then I'm going to give the mover the last opportunity to speak. And after that, we'll close the discussion and put it to the vote. So with that, Charlotte, could I ask you to please read out the first resolution so that those on the phone can also hear it?
Yes, so our first resolution is on COVID-19 leadership. It was moved by Edwin Spruitt and is seconded by Mark Barmentolo. Whereas Alberta Pork works closely with industry and government to support animal health and disease planning. Whereas the Alberta pork industry is very familiar with the concepts of disease management, such as biosecurity, movement restrictions, and vaccination. Whereas the current public health epidemic around COVID-19 is limiting our organization's ability to gather in person due to low vaccination rates in rural areas. Be it resolved that Alberta Pork take a leadership role within industry to support education on COVID-19 vaccination and implement the restriction exemption program at future meetings to ensure producers can safely gather in 2022.
Thanks, Charlotte. Edwin, you can unmute yourself now, and you have 2 minutes to speak to this motion. Go ahead, Edwin.
Just 1 minute here. I've got to authorize them. There you go, Edwin. Should be coming through now.
There we go. So I think it's better to have an in-person meeting as opposed to a virtual meeting. And the biggest problem with that, as we all know, is the COVID-19 regulations. I think it's better that people can voice their opinion easier in person than through a Zoom meeting. That's what it all comes down to, that everybody gets a better chance to say what they have to say.
Thanks, Edwin. You just want to let me know when you're done? Or?
That's it already. For me, it's quite simple and short.
Thanks. Okay, next I'll give it to Mark Bartmentlew. You were the second. You have a minute to speak to your second.
I think, in my opinion, Edwin say everything already. Pretty simple, but I think it's important that everyone can go safely to a meeting, and that's why I seconded this resolution. That's it.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to open it up to producers that want to speak to this motion. Please just state your name and begin by pretty clearly saying whether you're for or against it, and we'll give a couple minutes for that. Charlotte, you want to just call it out as you see people?
Okay, and I'll just mention you will have to raise your hand so I can grant you permission to speak. So if you would like to speak to this motion, please raise your hand. All right, we do have a panelist, Ard Bonthius, who would like to speak to it. So Ard, please go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm against this motion because I think vaccination is everybody their own business. If they want to do it, I mean, most people have a TV or a phone where the whole day is on for COVID. And if you want to do it, you do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. That's my opinion on it. I mean, Alberta Pork really, I don't think they need to be advocating vaccines or COVID news or anything. I don't think that's in our role at all. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we do have attendee Adrian Sinke that would like to speak next.
Go ahead, Adrian.
Sorry, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good, Adrian.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to understand here. What exactly are we saying with this motion? Are we trying to say that Alberta Pork needs to advocate all the producers to get the vaccine, or that they're just basically saying, okay, if you're not following provincial guidelines, you're not welcome to the meeting, or both?
Is that a question for the mover?
Yeah. I'm just trying to understand what we're saying here. Is Alberta Pork basically, is the motion saying that Alberta Pork should actively encourage producers to get vaccinated, or are we just saying here that we can't come to a meeting if we're not following provincial guidelines?
So I think it's important to get the possibility for a meeting again. And of course, it'll always be a personal opinion whether you do or do not get vaccinated. I don't think that's I absolutely think that's not Alberta Pork's mandate at all. But to automatically go to an online meeting, I think is the other side of the spectrum.
Yeah, so I think as far as provincial guidelines goes, Alberta Pork really has no choice in the matter. If the province mandates that we need to be vaccinated to attend a meeting, well, so be it. That's the rule. As far as advocating producers to get vaccinated, I think Alberta Pork needs to stick to its mandate, and that's the hog industry. And this whole vaccine side of things, I think, is a very personal decision. And anybody that so far hasn't gotten the vaccine, I think they probably have good reasons for it as to why they're not doing this. So I really think Alberta Pork should stick to its mandate.
So I guess the question is, are we going to have a meeting next year or not? Are we going to say like, okay, we're going to not do it regardless, like this year? Or are we going to say we're going to have a meeting?
Edwin, I'm going to have to just cut you off on that. That's, I mean, obviously it's kind of a revolving situation. That's not something that's out of Alberta Pork control, depending on what the restrictions are. That's something to be determined at a future date. So for that, I mean, you've answered Adrian's question, and I would like to move it on to anybody else that has any comments for or against.
Not seeing any more hands raised at this moment, but maybe just pause for one little moment. There was a comment through the chat, Mr. Chairman, if you saw that, but that certainly, I don't know that it pertains to this resolution. I can read it out. It says everybody is their own judge. If they are sick and stay home, or they're healthy and go to physical meeting. But I don't think that really pertains to this particular resolution, and I'm not seeing any more hands raised at this time.
All right, well, with that, I'm going to give Edwin one more chance to speak to your motion. And with that, you have a minute. Please go ahead.
Not much more than I said in the very beginning, and I do want to make sure that it is that my opinion is not that we should make people get vaccinated. It's about the opportunity to have an in-person meeting, and that's it.
All right, thank you. With that, Charles, can I ask Jose to put up the poll, and for the guests on the phone, you can text your vote, or please read it one more time first. Could you read it one more time first for the guys on the phone? And then you could text your vote to 780-267-7345. Charlotte, could you read it out one more time?
Yes, one moment here, Stan. Just got to get my screen back. There we go. So moved by Edwin Spruitt, seconded by Mark Barmentalou. Whereas Alberta Pork works closely with industry and government to support animal health and disease planning, whereas the Alberta pork industry is very familiar with the concepts of disease management, such as biosecurity, movement restrictions, and vaccination. Whereas the current public health epidemic around COVID-19 is limiting our organization's ability to gather in person due to low vaccination rates in rural areas, be it resolved that Alberta Pork take a leadership role within industry to support education on COVID-19 vaccination and implement the restriction exemption program at future meetings to ensure producers can safely gather in 2022.
Okay, well, we'll give a minute for the poll to be answered. And you can just one more time, for those on the phone, you can text your vote, 780-267-7345. 1 is yes, you agree, 2 is no, you don't agree, or 3, you abstain from voting.
Jose, can you just watch the clock on that poll? I just can't see it on my screen right now. When it hits a minute.
Will
just
do,
close
yeah.
it.
Our minute's almost up here. And our minute is up.
Thanks, Jose. If you want to post the poll results. There's obviously going to be some votes from the phone yet, but the informal results are 35% agree, 43% does not agree, 23% abstains. So we'll tabulate the final results and let everybody know the result of this when we get the text votes in. With that, I want to move on to the next resolution. Charlotte, would you please read out the next resolution so that all those on the phone can hear it as well?
Absolutely. This resolution is on pig trace tags, moved by Edwin Spruitt, seconded by Mark Barmentelu again. Whereas Alberta Pork works with Pig Trace to support national traceability and tag orders to meet national and provincial traceability requirements. Whereas Pig Trace currently only offers one tag option priced well above market value. And whereas Alberta pork producers are looking at all options to reduce on-farm costs, be it resolved that Alberta Pork request that Pig Trace complete a request for proposals, RFP, for Pig Trace tags to ensure producers are provided with the lowest cost tag option.
Thanks. Edwin, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to speak to this one. Go ahead. Go ahead, Edwin. Are you willing to speak to your motion?
Yeah, there's a little delay here in getting him authorized to speak. Hold on one sec here. It should be coming along anytime now, Edwin.
Yep, got it. So to me, it's very simple. Regular ear tags I can buy for like 20-25 cents a piece. And the Pig Trace ear tags are $1.25 or $1.20. So there's $1 difference. And I know several tag producers are very interested in making those tags, potentially for a lower price. And I think they should be at least allowed a quote to supply all the tags for all Pig Trace for the lowest price possible, which would come back to the producers. And that's basically it.
Thanks, Edwin. Mark Barmentelu, you seconded it. Would you like to speak to your second?
Well, Edwin said already everything. I think this Pig Trace tags are just way too expensive. And I talked also with two producers who can provide the tags, and they talking about quite a lower price where they can provide it. So Alberta Pork is always to improve things on farms so you can make more money out of things. And this is one of the things where Alberta Pork can make more money for us. That's it.
Thanks, Edwin, or Mark. With that, I'd like to open it up to producers from the floor that want to provide input or regarding this. Please just state your name and whether you're for or against this resolution. Charlotte, you want to just call them out as you see them?
This time, there are no hands raised or comments.
We'll give it a minute or so people can read it.
Still no hands up, Mr. Chairman?
Right, another 15 seconds to comment, and then we're gonna ask Charlotte to move ahead.
We just had a comment come in here from an anonymous attendee. We would like you to name yourself. So please let's start with that, Mr. Anonymous attendee. If you would like to submit that question with your name, I will certainly put it forward to the crowd. Our anonymous attendee could raise their hand if they'd like. Otherwise, I'm going to dismiss this question. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to dismiss this question. The attendee does not want to declare themselves, so I will say we have no comments or questions raised.
All right, thank you. Then I'll ask you to read the resolution one more time before we ask Jose to put up the poll.
Pig trace tags moved by Edwin Spruitt, seconded by Mark Barmentlew. Whereas Alberta Pork works with Pig Trace to support national traceability and tag orders to meet national and provincial traceability requirements. Whereas Pig Trace currently only offers one tag option priced well above market value. And whereas Alberta pork producers are looking at all options to reduce on-farm costs, be it resolved that Alberta Pork request that Pig Trace complete a request for proposals or an RFP for Pig Trace tags to ensure producers are provided with the lowest cost tag option. Go ahead and flip that poll up, Jose.
We'll give a minute to vote and also remind you that you can vote on phone 780-267-7345. 1, you agree with the resolution. 2, you do not agree. Or 3, you abstain from voting. Okay, 10 more seconds. And with that, I think our minute is up. We can close the voting, and Jose, if you can put the poll up. So there's still going to be informal results of the poll are 87% agree with the resolution, 8% do not agree, and 5% abstain. Again, there'll be some text votes that have to be counted, and we'll release the final results once we get it all cleaned up, and we'll share that with producers. So with that, I'm going to thank everyone for participating in the business part of the meeting, and I'm going to pass the chair on back to Brent. Brent.
Okay, thank you, Stan. The only item that we've got left is to adjourn the business portion of our meeting. I have a motion from Craig Thompson, moved, seconded by Marcel Rupert, to adjourn November 25th, 2021 business meeting. So we actually have a vote on this as well. So we will we'll proceed with that. But in the interest of time, I'll tell everybody, let's do your vote. I don't anticipate that it'll be an earth-shattering decision, and I will pass the chair over to Darcy, and we can get on with the informal and educational part of our afternoon. So, and then at some point in time, I'll just get Charlotte to post the results of this vote so everybody can see it as initially prepared. If that's agreeable, Darcy, you can take over, and I declare this meeting adjourned.
Okay, thank you. Can I be heard? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Well, we have a good panel of speakers today, and I'll try to be very brief on the bios. Sorry, guys, for it. You have good bios, but I'll just try to be quickly work my way through them. But today's topic is on ASF, African swine fever. We thought we'd bring 4 perspectives, one from the international national side of things, also the Canadian Pork Council activities, as well as the provincial side of things, planning and preparedness, and then our own Alberta Pork activities. And so to start off with that, our first speaker is Dr. Christine Arsenal, She took her role as the National African Swine Fever Coordinator in April 2021, working for the National Farmed Animal Health and Welfare Council. She's been involved in the swine industry since graduating from Ontario Veterinary College in 2006. She's worked in many roles from private practice to being a veterinary inspector at the district level in Ontario with CFIA, has been the lead veterinarian with the Animal Health and Welfare Branch, working for the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture and Food and Rural Affairs. She's also been on a number of boards representing her profession, as well as being the manager of the Canadian Swine Health Intelligence Network. Christine has been involved in ASF planning and preparedness file for the past 2 years. So she's well integrated into the ongoing work involved in this file. And Christina, along with the ASF coordination team, has been working hard on connecting the dots of ASF planning preparedness at the national, provincial, and industry level with the goal of moving these initiatives forward. And if you would please join me in welcoming Dr. Christine Arsenault. Thank you. Go ahead, Christine.
Thanks, Darcy. Can you see my screen there?
We can, yes.
Perfect. Awesome. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak to you today during your meeting. Also, thank you to the planners of the meeting for prioritizing such an important topic as African swine fever planning and preparedness. There is a lot of information that myself and the other speakers need to cover today. So I do recognize that I will be moving kind of quickly through the slides that I've prepared for my presentation. However, I will be able to entertain some questions at the end. I unfortunately will not be able to stay for your entire remainder of the meeting just due to some scheduling conflicts that I have, but I will stick around as long as I can. And if there are any questions, we can find a way to answer those to you privately on email as well. All right, so with that, without further ado, I'm going to speak today on national level committees and working groups underneath of the leadership of the Executive Management Board, also known as the ASF-EMB, and provide you with an update on an absolute immense amount of work that I think a lot of people actually in attendees on this meeting today have been involved in several aspects of this file. So a huge thank you out to all those that have denoted their time and effort into this file. All right, so I'm going to start with an overview of African swine fever virus. This should be a review for most of the people on the call today. This is a viral disease that affects all swine species and only swine species. This virus is not a public health risk. It does not have the potential to infect humans. It is not a food safety risk. And so pork is and always will remain safe to eat. Infection, though, in pigs with African swine fever is fatal. And usually, depending on the strain of virus that is detected, it usually has a very high mortality rate. So greater than 95% with the current genotype 2 virus that is circulating internationally. And it is to date not reported in North America, which is really important. It has never been reported in Canada, but it is spreading rapidly across Asia and across Europe. Most recently, it has been also detected in the Dominican Republic and Haiti. And I'll review a little bit more in detail on those countries a little bit later. All right, so transmission routes of this virus really likes to transmit pig to pig. So from one infected animal to the other, if it's given the opportunity to do so. But it is known as a very hardy virus. It survives extremely well in the environment for years in the environment or in organic or fecal type material. Also can survive in frozen contaminated pork products for a very long period of time. And so hence, this is why it has caused some complications as it's spreading internationally right now. Soft ticks used to be the main route of transmission thought of with African swine fever, hence the name. It originated in Africa, and so you can imagine ticks did have a prevalent transmission role. With the spread that we're currently seeing, soft ticks is not a primary route of spread. Greatest transmission risks for us here in Canada, or even further in North America, is illegally imported infected pork products. So people traveling to countries that are infected with ASF and bringing back comfort foods, pork products. It is amazing if you look into the list of products outside of direct pork that actually contain pork and pork byproducts. So it is a very common thing. And ASF can spread, or through research, we have proven that ASF can spread through contaminated feed ingredients. So this is a risk pathway that is being looked at. Feeding kitchen waste to pigs is a big problem in some of the countries that I'll review that have ASF outbreaks ongoing right now. And so we do have to really look at our backyard or small scale swine production and how they actually feed pigs in our country. And then of course, the movement of infected animals. So this map just really is a wonderful demonstration, I think, of showing you what's happening internationally with the spread of African swine fever virus right now. So you can see on your far left in 2008, any red indicated country had detections of ASF, and you can see the complete outbreak and the spread that happened in 2019. Of course, in 2019 is when China announced detection of African swine fever virus, and several other countries in Asia. And then you can see the further spread into the year 2020. So if we look at kind of the data underneath of this map, so since China reported ASF in August of 2018, 22 new countries have reported ASF, which is alarming. Considering up until this time, there was a relative stability with this virus. So it wasn't considered one that would be on our list, our potential list for this sort of spread. And out of those 22 countries, there are 3 new countries that have reported ASF simply in the year of 2021. The most recent detections were in the Americas. And so in July of this year, we had the Dominican Republic declare detection of ASF. And then since that, in Haiti, officially declared detection of ASF in September of this year. This is the first time that ASF has been seen in over 40 years in the Americas. And so I think that is a very significant finding. And it does increase our risk in North America, of course, because of all the travelers that we have coming into the fall and the winter months to the Caribbean. And so this is a concern, and I'll talk a little bit later on how we're actioning some of those concerns. So of course, when you have an increased virus load globally, and you're seeing what you're seeing on the maps of spread, and as travel starts to open up and resume, I think actually it was to our benefit that travel did lessen during COVID-19 substantially. And so we had less travelers traveling to countries with African swine fever detections and coming back into Canada. But now when we're seeing travel open up, the virus load is still at a high. This increases our risk here in Canada. So you may ask yourself, why such a rapid spread in Asia? What caused this rapid spread in Asia? So I just want to highlight on the surface of a couple of things you need to consider. So commercial herds are known to have very good biosecurity in some Asian countries, very similar to North America. But there is a very large population of outdoor, backyard, small-scale swine production in Asian countries. And many families have just a few pigs that they have, in their yard or not even contained. And primary source of feed for those pigs is kitchen waste. I just want to make mention that feeding kitchen waste is an illegal practice in Canada, but I can assure all in attendance today that it still does happen, and it is a serious threat when we're talking about virus or disease spread. Mostly the virus, initially at least in Asian countries, was moving through their outdoor backyard pig populations. There was concern about feeding infected pork products. Environmental contamination is huge, especially when you cannot disinfect an environment, especially with soil or organic material of this virus, without a lot of skill and dedication. And then movement of infected hogs from one location in the country to another. Wild pigs, I want to hit on to, this is something that we're doing quite a bit of work on at the ASF Executive Management Board level. But once ASF is detected in wild pig populations, it becomes increasingly hard to prevent further spread of disease. And I think we can learn from Germany on this one. To date, Germany has declared ASF infection, as I think most on the call will know. Since they declared detection of this virus, they have isolated the virus in over 2,000 wild pigs in that country. And we have seen the spread of disease continue, even with, I would argue, some of the best biosecurity measures that exist in many countries being present and implemented. So I think we have to really pay attention to lessons learned from Germany. So what happens if African swine fever is detected? And I'm going to say in North America for this slide, because of our interdependency with the United States and pig flow. So all international trade of live hogs and pork products will stop immediately. Response activities will begin immediately, but we need to understand the scope and be able to contain the spread until those response activities will even come close to resuming international trade. And then full disruption through the pork value chain. So we're looking at unprecedented and unpredictable impacts. And again, I highlight our interdependency with the US market. So I don't think necessarily it matters as much if this virus is detected in the US or Canada. We are going to see the implications of that happening. All right, so let's move into the national update that I have on what's being done on planning and preparedness for African swine fever in Canada. So back in 2019, the African Swine Fever Executive Management Board came to be, and it was a collaboration of the partners that you see here on this slide on the screen. And so federal government partners, provincial government partners, industry, and I've just mentioned Canadian Meat Council and Canadian Pork Council at the national level here, but this is much broader than that now. And then the National Farmed Animal Health and Welfare Council. And this board was brought together to have collaborative views, collaborative input from all of these partners at the table when it comes to developing and implementing a full Pan-Canadian action plan. So this Pan-Canadian action plan, really, if I want to simplify it, and it has two main objectives. The first one is prevention. So Canada to remain free of African swine fever. The second one is preparedness. So for us to be able to be prepared for the effects that an African swine fever outbreak would cause, and to minimize those effects as much as possible. And I won't get into the key outcomes on here, but these are really high level key outcomes. And really the devil's in the details is the way that I'll phrase this. There's a lot of work outside of these key things that are mentioned on this slide that's ongoing. So the Executive Management Board set out with 4 main pillars in order to accomplish this Pan-Canadian African Swine Fever Action Plan. And those pillars are as follows. So our pillar 1 is known as Enhanced Biosecurity and Prevention. And this pillar is currently being led in an acting position by Gabriella Jejou from the Canadian Pork Council. The second pillar is on preparedness and planning, and this pillar is being led by Philippe Morel from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. The third pillar is outlined under ensuring business continuity, and this pillar lead is Morgan Curran Blanley from with his Canadian Meat Council hat on and role. And pillar 4 is on coordinated risk communications. And the pillar lead for that is Dr. Greg Worley of the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. And these 4 pillars are the basis of how the Pan-Canadian Action Plan is being actioned. So when we dive a little bit deeper into these 4 pillars, we can outline on this slide for you the many working groups and sub-working groups that exist in order to action that main pillar title, I guess is the way I'll phrase it. And so underneath of pillar 1, we have a biosecurity working group and a Canadian invasive pig working group. And so the bold text is the actual working groups, and then the non-bold text is actually sub-working groups that were set out with a specific focus or need from the working group level. So for example, underneath of the wild pig, the Canadian invasive pig working group, we had 2 subgroups that were trying to action 2 different goals underneath of the overall strategy that is being developed by that working group. For pillar 2, we have a couple of working groups. We have an exercise working group. So where you see the acronym FPTI, that just means a federal, provincial, territorial, and industry representatives are on that group. We have a surveillance working group known as the CanSpot ASF Technical Committee. And underneath of that working group, we have 3 sub-working groups. One that's working on laboratory CanSpot ASF surveillance, one that's working on how CanSpot ASF surveillance could be applied at the abattoir level, and then a reporting subgroup as well. We also have a depopulation and disposal working group with several subgroups, and I'm not going to name them all underneath of this pillar. And we have a movement control working group with a lot of industry representation present on this one, looking at how a potential voluntary movement control could be applied to help us control disease spread in the initial onset of ASF being detected in Canada. And so they're looking at deciphering what essential versus non-essential movements are, what live pig in transit protocols. So what do we do with those pigs that are in transit when all of a sudden we have a suspect ASF positive sample? And then requirements of how do we keep pigs moving if at all possible, direct to slaughter. This will be really, really an important thing to triage out, especially because of the hog supply issues that will result from an ASF potential detection in Canada. And then another sub-working group working on integration of traceability data. So how best can we help CFIA figure out as quickly as possible all of the trace movements that have happened from a suspect premise that has ASF for 30 days beyond when ASF was thought to be present. And with this one, really we need producer help with because this is highlighting the importance of good record keeping, having access to those records as quickly as possible, because the quicker we can contain this virus, the quicker we can resume some form of normalcy is the main message. Pillar 3, ensuring business continuity. I'm not going to get into the details of this pillar much at all, because I know Dr. Egan Brockhoff is going to talk a lot about this pillar in his upcoming presentation. So a hog supply working group, really looking at that first 6 months after ASF detection, developing a plan on what to do with surplus hogs nationally is their goal. A zoning working group, a business continuity working group, and 3 different segregated subgroups working on compartmentalization. And then fourth, but definitely not least, coordinated risk communications. So this one, I have kind of the spinning wheel on this slide because, as I think everyone on this call will appreciate, figuring out communications in advance of need is a huge component of planning and preparedness. And communications can make or break success when it comes to response. And so this one, I'll hit on some of the activities that they've been doing, just graze over the surface of it a little later on. Okay. So pillar one, enhanced biosecurity and prevention. So I've mentioned the working groups that are underneath of this. The biosecurity working group is working on developing a national biosecurity standard or updating standards that we've already had in place. And that is really well progressed work. The Canadian invasive wild pig working groups are underneath of the goal of trying to draft a national plan for wild pigs in Canada. And this wild pig issue goes well beyond ASF, right? As you can, I think, appreciate, wild pigs cause a huge issue to environment through destruction that they cause. They can unfortunately have harmful effects on natural occurring species in Canada and endangered species, and cause severe destruction to wetlands and other protected habitats. So this working group is a true what we call One Health approach. We work on this collaboratively with the Canadian Wildlife Health Cooperative. And I just kind of wanted to mention there's a lot of wild pig working groups that are currently in action. And it just is something that I want everyone to know. All right, so this is more detail on that pillar one and those two working groups and what they're trying to achieve. We are really trying to bring together some key partners on the wild pig front and trying to develop leadership. And this one is quite hard because no one in Canada has legislative leadership over wild pigs in Canada. And so when you're trying to develop leadership and you don't have legislative or regulatory authority, this does become a very complex file quickly. But I think we're really well advanced on this. The goal is to have this draft strategy drafted and accepted into February by the Executive Management Board. And then once we get the draft strategy to that acceptance level, I presume you're going to get a lot more information quickly on what's happening in wild pigs in Canada. So this is a org chart on all of those different wild pig working groups. I just would like to draw your attention to the colors in the middle of this org chart. So we have a yellowish color. All of these working groups in the yellow color are underneath of the leadership of the Canadian Wildlife Health Cooperative, acronym is CWHC. And you can take a look and look at all the different things, and the focus is also mentioned on this slide if you're interested. The one that I've been talking about drafting the national wild pig strategy is underneath of the leadership of the National Farmed Animal Health and Welfare Council, but collaboratively we're working with the Canadian Wildlife Health Cooperative. And I've talked lots about that so far. And then the Canadian Food Inspection Agency in the gray color also has a working group specifically focused on wild pig ASF response policy work. And so looking at policies that exist or don't exist and where gaps exist and trying to fill those in advance if need. So pillar two, preparedness and planning. I went over high level all of the main working groups that we have here. Perhaps this pillar is one of the more active ones currently, with a lot of different working groups meeting on an every 2-week basis, or maybe even more frequent than that. I hit on the movement control side already. We have a lot of industry input coming into that working group. The depopulation and disposal working group recently ran 2-part exercise and just actually finalized the results of that those 2 exercises. Trying to figure out at the provincial or at least the regional level for the Western provinces is a great example on how depopulation and disposal in the case of need could work. So I do foresee that there's going to be a lot more information that we learned coming out of that exercise. A lot of gaps too, and big gaps that were identified that need to be actioned moving forward to move that work forward. Surveillance, I'm going to give you some examples of what the surveillance working group overall has accomplished. CanSpot ASF is the title name for their surveillance for African swine fever during peacetime. So knowing that we don't have detection of African swine fever here, we have laboratories all across Canada that are working on doing routine African swine fever sampling and testing on those cases that are deemed to be eligible coming into their labs. The goal of CanSpot ASF is for us to detect this virus as early as possible. So if we can detect this virus earlier, the better. We can implement our response activities as soon as possible and hopefully prevent a spread. This then minimizes the effects of the virus on everybody involved nationally. And then the exercise working group, I'm just going to make mention of this. There's actually a contract that we have out to develop 2 tabletop exercises. The first exercise will be on depopulation and disposal. And the second exercise is actually going to be on ASF communications and notifications during the first 72 hours after ASF is suspected. 2 really big topics, but the goal is we're going to run these 2 exercises 4 times throughout Canada in 4 different regions or provinces. So the West will hopefully be willing to participate in those 2 tabletop exercises. So stay tuned for some more information on that. And the depopulation and disposal exercise is being developed to be geared at the producer level. So figuring out exactly what some of these decisions and plans on farm would be on a case-by-case basis is part of this. So I'm really excited about that. All right, so this is a little bit more detail on all of these different sub-working groups on the surveillance side of things. I mentioned that there's laboratory surveillance underneath of CanSpot ASF that is happening every day. What I didn't mention is that there is a plan in place to try to roll CanSpot ASF surveillance out to abattoirs in the near future, as well as including some smallholders, so small scale backyard swine producers in the surveillance. We know that this group is incredibly important for us to gain a little bit more knowledge on, you know, what sort of connections or gaps do they see that exist? What information do they need? And so there's quite a bit of work actually happening on specifically smallholder, the smallholder subgroup right now. And then they have their own communications subgroup specifically geared towards CanSpot ASF and the importance of participating in that pilot project. So here's one of the smallholder swine initiatives that recently actually just ended the first course in English. Through the Canadian Animal Health Surveillance System known as CAS, they launched a 4-part series. It was really a training webinar for veterinarians that aren't swine specialty veterinarians, but are veterinarians that might see pet pigs, might see smallholders, or might have other clients with different species that have pigs, and they're asked for advice. So the goal of these sessions was to provide the knowledge and the skill set that these veterinarians may need to give them the confidence and the desire to want to see these clients. We have heard from a smallholder swine survey that was released through the Prairie Swine Center that these owners or producers, however they'd like to identify themselves, do have a need for more veterinary advice and consultation. And so developing that as a resource in advance of need And so Dr. Sue Berlashenko, actually based out of Ontario, ran these webinars. We had over 80 swine veterinarians attend each of the 4 sections, and up to 115, which is amazing. Well surpassed our expectations. And the plan is to run this in French coming up, as well as hold another English session in early of 2022, if all goes well. So you may have seen this graphic before. This graphic is specifically on the CanSpot ASF surveillance. This just hits on the entire project and the goals being, and I mentioned this, early detection, easier transition to an outbreak surveillance. And then our ultimate goal is our aim to protect the commercial swine sector from the impacts of African swine fever, which is a very important one. I'm not going to spend too much time on this graph. What I would like to mention is if you are interested in knowing where samples are being submitted underneath of the CanSpot ASF surveillance project, we publish this actual chart every quarter in the Canadian Swine Health Intelligence Network reports. And so we do have a producer industry report that you can gain access to off of the CSHIN website. If you do need connections on where to get that, I would be happy to help you and provide that link. But you can see here it's broken down by regions. So we have the Maritimes submitting, Quebec, Ontario, and then the Western provinces. And this data that I have up in front of you is the total number of eligible cases based on criteria that's been laid out, and the total number of cases that were actually tested during Q3 of the current year that just passed. And so happy to entertain some questions if you have them on this later. I already talked about the depopulation and disposal working group and the recent exercises that this working group undertook. And they will be just again summarizing some of their lessons learned from these exercises in a document that I believe can be shared through Alberta Pork eventually. And so I just wanted to make mention of that again. And all of the chair names for all of these sub-working groups are mentioned in this document. I'm completely fine with this presentation being shared. If the chairs of this meeting would like to do that, that's fine. As well as all are listed on our National Farm to Animal Health and Welfare Council website with active links to email addresses. Movement Control Working Group, I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. Huge undertaking, this working group. Their plan of at least a draft document of how they plan to put forward how this could go nationally will be on track to be delivered to the Executive Management Board in draft form by the end of January. So like the Wild Pig Plan, I suspect that we will see some kind of finalized plan that can be communicated to industry in February of next year, which is very exciting. Ensuring business continuity. I mentioned Egan is going to go into some pretty detailed slides. I know because we coordinated ahead of time on compartmentalization and zoning specifically. So I'm not going to spend too much time there, but this is an active pillar. There is a lot of ongoing work happening on ensuring business continuity in the case of ASF. And I think I'll leave it there. There's a brief description of what all of these working groups are focusing on this slide. And so if you'd like more information and Egan for some reason doesn't answer your questions in future presentations, please don't hesitate. You can reach out to me via email. All right, so let's talk a little bit about coordinated risk communications. So I've talked about this pillar being led by Dr. Greg Worley, who works for the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. But this pillar is very active right now. And I have a couple slides that show you some of the things that they're doing. This is a great infographic and a wonderful resource. I will not read all of the sections on this slide because there are just so many things communication-wise that this team has put forth. They're really focusing on external communications and how to communicate things to the public with regards to ASF prevention and not bringing back potentially infected products, clothing, whatever it is from infected countries. So they have a campaign that is very active right now. They have actually been able to get all major international airlines that fly back and forth to the Caribbean willing to run their ads. The ad campaign is known as Don't Pack Pork. You might have heard it before. It's actually been an active campaign for a while, but when all the international airports were asked to participate in posting these messages, came with the detection of African swine fever in the Dominican Republic and Haiti. So good news, if for some reason people on this phone do plan to travel to the Dominican Republic or the Caribbean in general, there should be in-flight messaging for all returning to Canada on the importance of declaring pork products. And on the way there, you should have in-flight messaging on the importance of not bringing it back. So this is a really active and good campaign. So this is what their Don't Pack Pork logo looks like. If you are traveling and you are in airports, I encourage you to take a peek. There's banners, there's posters and luggage pickup areas. There is active electronic signs that post this message. It really has been a very successful campaign with a huge audience that they're trying to target as part of it. I just want to mention on this slide that their Don't Pack Pork campaign has also had a huge social media presence. I know I've seen it on my Twitter feed. It just pops up and it's wonderful. But the importance of developing something like this campaign in so many different languages. Last count that I got from our communications pillar was up to 7 different languages that this campaign has been launched in. And that is really important depending on where travelers are coming back from and making sure that communications are understood. I talked about signs and posters in airports and placemats that exist, and this is kind of what they look like. And I have a couple of take-home messages. To date, I think I've been able to demonstrate, although it was very quick, and I understand that, there's a huge amount of planning work that has been completed for ASF preparedness, but there still is a lot that needs to be done. Some of our planning that's been accomplished to date is needed, even if ASF is never detected in Canada or in North America. And I think that's really an important message for people to get. ASF has potentially provided us with the platform to do this planning, but the planning and the results of these plans that we're putting forth can be modified and applied to other diseases that for some reason could come our way, and especially used for foreign animal disease planning. Our plans that have been developed, especially at the provincial level, specifically geared at how to deal with hog supply issues, have already been used in the face of COVID-19. So when we saw some staff shortages at processing plants in several provinces across the country, these plans that were meant for ASF were pulled out to try to deal with the surplus hogs that we were seeing due to plant human shortages due to COVID-19. And the other main take-home message is I think this collaborative model of the executive management board really is being looked at to serve as a model for other species groups and with regards to how we've accomplished this foreign animal disease planning and preparedness efforts. So the swine industry is really held way up here. I think we've done an immense amount of work. We have showcased our ability to be able to undertake some pretty huge things, huge topics. So we're really proud of that. So This is our website. This is an active link. You can go to the National Farm to Animal Health and Welfare Council website. We have an entire section devoted to ASF, planning and preparedness. Pretty much all of those org chart slides that I showed you in this presentation, the active links are there. Please, if you want more information, I'd encourage you to visit the website. And just a note, I am one of a team. And so you may have came across Morgan Radford or Dr. Michelle Thompson. Both work actively with me. We named ourselves as the ASF coordination team. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them now. Thank you.
Krista, just sorry for our time. If you don't mind, we'll gather any questions if you have to leave before we get to the Q&A part, and then we'll just we'll make sure that we get those to you and get them answered, and then we can get them
That'd
back.
be great, Darcy. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. Great presentation. It really shows us where things are happening at the national, international level. I really appreciate that. Lots of good stuff, especially the airport things. I love that people start to get to recognize that for sure. Our next speaker is Dr. Egan Brockhoff, and Egan is a strong advocate of agriculture and agribusiness, as most people would know that know him. He's a graduate of the Western College of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Saskatchewan. He and his family have operated a third-generation mixed farm in central Alberta. He's the president and practicing veterinarian at the Prairie Swine Health Services in Red Deer and also in Steinbach, Manitoba. And since 2010, he's been doing some consulting services in Asia. In 2008, Egan started teaching at swine medicine at the University of Calgary. And through his passion for agriculture and for the pork industry, he started in 2012 or 14, sorry, acting as the veterinary counsel for the Canadian Pork Council, and has done a fantastic job working for us from a producer perspective. And I'd just like to mention one last accolade for Dr. Brockhoff is that in September of this year, he was awarded the Alan D. Lehman Science and Practice Award. So that was quite an honor, and says a lot about Egan and his contributions to the industry. So with that, Egan, I'll pass everything over to you.
Thank you very much, Darcy. Could you see my screen okay?
Yes, we can. Yeah, it's great.
Great. So yeah, Krista and I spent some time coordinating, making sure we didn't overlap on our presentations. So I'm going to focus most of my time on Canada's efforts around zoning and movement control around zoning, some discussion on compartments, a little bit of an update on ASF vaccination, and that should fill up a big chunk of my time for today. Just for interest's sake, this is a picture from a client of mine in the Philippines. This is a sow barn that broke with ASF in the spring of 2021. And absolutely devastating to that farm and to the entire region, I think, as we all know. But I think occasionally it's good to just show people what it looks like, because it is a horrible disease of pigs, and I've had the chance to see it in many countries. It's extremely, extremely ugly. So as Krista showed us, there is a lot happening on African swine fever planning, preparedness, response, and recovery work here in Canada. I am going to focus my efforts. You guys saw this org chart before. I'm going to focus my efforts today a little bit on Pillar 3, which is ensuring business continuity, and the work that Canadian Pork Council, Canadian Meat Council, and the sector is doing to ensure business continuity in the face of an African swine fever outbreak. If we find ASF, there's absolutely no question it's going to be devastating to the North American pork sector. Canada is heavily leveraged in the export world, and so it's going to be an extreme struggle. So if we find ASF, we are going to work extremely hard to eradicate it. And eradicating ASF is probably not going to be our biggest problem. I think our biggest problem will be dealing with the 99% of farms that never get ASF. and now they're stuck in a welfare cull position because they have no market access. So protecting mental and physical health is going to be key through that. We are going to have to humanely depopulate both infected barns and healthy barns to reduce our inventory until we can get back to normal market demand. All the time that we're doing that, we are going to have to try to support an industry infrastructure so we have something to rebuild. If we let everything collapse, it's going to be extremely difficult to let the sector recover. We saw that happen with Taiwan many years ago, where their governments just decided, no, we're out of the pork industry. And that was the outcome. We very much hope for an opportunity to rebuild our herd as quickly as possible. So Krista talked a lot about our planning and preparedness. I wanted to talk to you today about our efforts around zoning and compartmentalization. Focus a little more time on zoning. Are we ready to zone? Who will recognize our zones? Will it be enough? So many of you, I think, have heard these two terms at various times. Some of you have probably seen really detailed presentations. Some of you may not have. So zoning and compartmentalization are two different concepts that work on three of the same pillars. So zoning, sometimes referred to as regionalization, applies to an animal subpopulation primarily defined on a geographical basis using natural, artificial, or legal boundaries. So zoning is geographical. That subpopulation is usually divided into those that are infected and those that are not infected. Compartmentalization applies to an animal subpopulation defined primarily by management and husbandry practices related to external biosecurity. So a compartment, although it uses many of the same principles as zoning, isn't a regional thing. It's not geographical. It can be across many areas, and it in fact can be across zones as well. This is a little diagram I use to try to help explain the difference between the two. So on the left here, we have zoning, and on the right, we have compartmentalization. You see this black line represents a biosecurity barrier. This is the infected control zone up here at the top with the infected sites, and then the rest of the region, the rest of the county, the rest of the country is free of the disease. And within the infected zone, there's movement control put into place, as well as surveillance and biosecurity measures to ensure the disease is contained and not allowed to escape into the rest of the free zone. That is much different than compartmentalization. In compartmentalization, we have these 4 blue sites, and they represent a compartment working together to keep ASF out. And the rest of the region or county or country is positive for the virus. And so a compartment can exist within an infected zone. It could exist in a non-infected free zone, but it moves pigs out to a global market with a different international trade certificate guaranteeing that it's free of ASF. So just a quick summary, zoning versus compartmentalization. Zoning is geographical, compartmentalization is based on management. I think one of the key things I want you to take away from this slide is zoning is activated in wartime. It is a response. It is something we do after we find the disease. We don't zone before, we zone after, during that wartime event. And zoning is operated by, in Canada, the CFIA. In the US, it would be the USDA. So it's operated, governed by the competent veterinary authority within the country. Compartmentalization is activated in peacetime. It's maintained through peacetime. The private sector manages it, and that's under the supervision of the competent veterinary authority. Zoning or regionalization is really is recognized as an important principle in the definition of animal health statuses throughout the world by the World Health Organization for Animals, which is called the OIE. The concept of zoning was developed to limit trade impacts to those parts of the country where disease does not exist. We know this is the goal, but we know in practicality, this isn't what happens. If we look what has happened to farmers in Belgium, farmers in Germany with ASF, we realize that even though you have robust zoning agreements, you can still have impact to trade. So we need to be conscious of that. You will have heard a lot of news in the last 2 months about the United States establishing a protection zone with Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands. That is to protect continental US from any pork that could have moved, or any pork products that could have moved from Puerto Rico or the US Virgin Islands into Canada. So that's the US taking a proactive approach and saying, hey, these islands are different from mainland US. We want to identify that. They then went to the OIE and said, would you recognize this? The OIE did. Now they have to go to all of their global trading partners and say, will you recognize these protection zones? So protection zones and zoning agreements, typically wartime events. Zoning is activated in wartime. First and foremost, zoning is a disease control tool. It's a movement control tool to help contain the disease and prevent it from spreading to the rest of the country. Zoning evolves with time, and it takes time. There's always a disease investigation. There's movement control put in place before zones can be established by the CFIA in Canada. And this takes time. If anyone tells you that, oh, this can be done in 2 weeks, they haven't looked at this close enough. Zoning could take us 2 days. It could take us 2 weeks, 2 months. It could unfortunately take 2 years. If the disease is not able to be contained, establishing trade movement zones could be very difficult. Instead of this idea of each province in Canada being a zone, or everything west of Manitoba being a zone, or east of Ontario or east of Manitoba being another one, the CFIA, the USDA have really worked on these primary control zone discussions. And so these are small circles around the infected site. And there's a 3-kilometer infected zone and a 10-kilometer restricted zone. And the little chart here on the right shows red deer and how that could look. And these are just examples. But instead of making large geographical areas the zone, there is a significant desire to make a smaller space that contains the disease, the zone, so we allow more pig movement and hopefully the return to market sooner. Not every international trading partner, though, recognizes primary control zones. Some want to recognize the zones on a larger geographical level. And so it's not a one-size-fits-all approach when we are dealing with our trading partners on this. Successful zoning assumes that all parties, pork producers, the processors, the transporters, everyone involved in pig and pig movement, everyone involved with interacting with farms is on board and cooperates with the plan. If this doesn't happen, none of our zones will be accepted. So what does successful zoning look like? So successful zoning is your pig trace records are ambitiously maintained and reported. So pig trace is probably one of the most important factors for the success of us returning to market, ensuring that we have movement control in place and Pig Trace has it documented. That's what gives our veterinary authority, that's what gives our trading partners comfort that we are actually controlling and containing the disease. And when I say ambitiously maintained, I mean ambitiously maintained. You don't miss a load. When you move pigs from the sow barn to the nursery, you don't miss a load. And you report it in a timely manner. 7 days is not enough. We need Pig Trace data put in and reported within 48 hours if it's going to be extremely effective with helping us with zoning and movement control. What else does success look like? Success looks like your visitor and personnel entry logs are filled out daily. Your mortality records are filled out daily. All your feed delivery slips are ambitiously maintained and easily available if we have to do traceback. Compliance with all movement permitting, so Pig Trace, biosecurity, and surveillance would all be 100% with the CFIA in the face of an ASF outbreak. That is what success looks like for us in the face of an ASF outbreak and trying to get back to market as quickly as possible. There's a lot of other components, but these are some of the critical ones. So Canada has a number of zoning agreements in place. We have formal agreements and arrangements to including African swine fever with the United States and the European Union. I want you to remember though, zoning is a disease control tool. And later on, zoning can become a market access tool. But first and foremost, it starts out as that movement control. If we look at our current zoning agreements, we've had a really successful 2021. The pork sector, working with the government of Canada, has actively lobbied to have more and more zoning agreements recognized. So in 2021, we put together an agreement with the US called the US-Canada Protocol for ASF in non-captive swine. And this just means wild boar. So if we find ASF in wild boar, it doesn't mean we found it in the country and we have to close the border immediately to commercial pigs. So this was a huge success this year. In 2021, Canada also signed a zoning agreement with Singapore, and they have accepted our ASF zoning at the primary control zone. So that means down to that little 10-kilometer circle. Later in the year, this year, Vietnam also accepted our ASF zoning at a primary control zone level. So that's great news. These are specific to ASF. They don't cover other foreign animal diseases, but these are big wins for the Canadian pork sector this year. In the last number of years, really since 2018 and earlier, we've been working on zoning agreements with Japan. Japan is a critical market for us. That work is ongoing. We actually have been meeting weekly for the last 3 weeks to continue the zoning negotiations with Japan. I am really pleased to report that it's moving along very well. We will do a virtual and on-site audit with Japan here in December, and then another one right after Christmas. So this is a really exciting news. We do know that zoning can be a challenge, and I listed the German and Belgium challenges that we've seen. And so what other tools can we use? So we've spent a lot of time in the last 2 years working on this business risk management strategy called compartmentalization. It's established in peacetime. It is a risk management strategy to protect business continuity. Like zoning, it still relies on biosecurity, traceability, surveillance. But this one is established and maintained by industry under the supervision of the CFIA. So industry has much more sort of control or management of their own destiny with this particular tool. Just to highlight some examples for you, this is the two ways that compartmentalization can work. So we have our inputs coming in to the farm. This dark blue circle represents a compartment that just produces live pigs, and then those live pigs are sent to market through a compartment program. And that could be genetic material such as gilts or semen could also fit into that. Compartments could also be a whole circle where you've got a group of farms feeding a slaughterhouse that then does further processing for domestic or export of meat products. And so there are a number of ways you can play with these two circles. You could have large integrated production systems encompassed in this. You could have independent farms feeding into a slaughterhouse. You could have genetic farms feeding into gilt sales. So these are complementary systems. We need them both. Both of them would allow for an expanded opportunity for market access. And so we want to continue to push both. I think the take-home messages for zoning and compartmentalization is really compartmentalization is a risk management strategy to protect business. Zoning and compartmentalization are complementary tools. Zoning, and we have a number of these zoning agreements in place. So in the event of a wartime event where we find ASF, the success of zoning is really largely in your hands. Do you have your pig trace data filled out? Have you submitted it? Are you compliant with visitor logs? Your feed delivery slips are all kept. Your loads to the slaughter plants are all kept. So when we're working on establishing zones, our trading partners have confidence in us that we know where the disease is and people are taking it serious. I also wanted to talk with you about ASF vaccination. There's been a lot of news lately about ASF vaccination and what's happening with ASF vaccine development, and would we ever use an ASF vaccine? So ASF vaccine candidates, there's been a lot of news headlines. This paper was published in the Journal of Transboundary and Emerging Diseases in September. And this talks about a USDA prototype developed at their Agriculture Research Service. And the way you would read that news, it sounded like the vaccine was available on the shelf tomorrow. And that really couldn't be farther from the truth. This is still an experimental vaccine. It is not produced commercially. They don't have a commercial pathway to produce it. So it has a long ways to go before it's ready. This vaccine technology, was licensed to a Vietnamese company for the development and further development and commercialization. They still have to find a way to make it work beyond an experimental vaccine. So what are the goals of this vaccine? Where will it be used? So it'll be used in ASF endemic countries and regions like Vietnam, in places where the virus is out of control. This vaccine is all about food security and protein conservation. These are countries that are losing pig barns in the middle of the grow-finish cycle. They are losing massive amounts of their production. And so this is all about food security. They are going to be used where biosecurity compliance is poor. They are not going to be used in highly developed countries with good biosecurity practices. And I'll tell you why they're not going to be used in highly developed countries with good biosecurity practices. There's a lot of challenges with this vaccine. First and foremost, none of these experimental vaccines are marker vaccines. You have no way of telling the difference between a wild type infection and a vaccine infection. Because these vaccines have no marker technology, our trading partners can't tell the difference when we do serological tests as to whether the pigs got the antibody from a vaccine or they got it from wild virus. And so by default, they'll assume it's from wild virus and they'll keep the borders closed. So we will never be put in a place where we will prophylactically vaccinate our population with ASF vaccines. It's just not likely to occur. Not likely, it's not possible for it to occur with the current vaccines out there. So will this vaccine be used in North America? I've had a lot of conversation with our CFIA and our USDA colleagues, a lot of conversations with the US pork sector. And I think, I think all of us agree, no, this vaccine is not going to be used in North America. Prophylactic use without DIVA would close our markets and keep our markets closed. ASF is not a highly contagious disease. As Krista said, it's a highly lethal disease, but it spreads slow. Good biosecurity practices will minimize the spread of ASF. ASF spreads at 85 kilometers an hour down highways. It is a people-driven disease. We can contain ASF with good biosecurity and good disease understanding. So vaccination would further hamper our ability to early detect. A lot of these ASF vaccines, and I've had the chance to look at 8 of them in action now in Asia, they cause some degree of disease. It makes it really difficult to tell what's going on with the pigs. And so the farms that are vaccinating with these experimental or illegal ASF vaccines, a lot of them miss when they actually break with ASF because they can't tell the difference between the two. So really frustrating. But this technology has advanced quickly and will continue to advance. Someone asked me once, is there a worst case scenario when vaccination would be considered? And I'm like, absolutely. I can imagine a worst case scenario. The disease is endemic and it's out of control in the world and it's out of control in North America. The US has it. The US has it everywhere. They have it in wild pigs, backyard pigs, commercial pigs. Canada has the same thing. I can imagine a scenario where vaccination would be used, but we're nowhere near getting to that space today. So conclusions on our work with zoning, our work with compartmentalization, preparedness, and planning. There is a lot of work underway. You saw all of those organization charts that Krista showed. There is a lot of work underway, but there is a lot more to be done. And to Krista's point, we are so closely with government, try to prevent the introduction, to try to be prepared to ready to respond as quickly as we can to get industry back up on its feet. There's some things that we'll need to remember through all of this, because it will not be pretty if it happens to us. Working together to prepare in advance really matters. All of the work that the ASF Executive Management Board is doing, the CPC, the CFIA, Canadian Meat Council, all of our provincial pork boards, all of our regional and national working groups, this work really matters. We are breaking new grounds. We have ways to, we have advanced our ways to for destruction and disposal. We have moved light years on movement control, zoning, and permitting. I'm excited to see all the work that's been done on zoning agreements. So much great stuff has happened. We will need to look out for each other, because in the event of disease, it's going to be extremely difficult on everyone. We are going to have mental health challenges. We are going to have financial challenges. We are going to have to look out for each other if we are going to get through this. And when it comes to our market and trade initiatives like our zoning and compartmentalization, cooperation, collaboration, compliance, these things open borders and open markets. If we have people doing free range stuff, not following pig trace, not maintaining records, not adhering to movement control, we're just not going to get our borders back. And we will do more harm to our industry. So anyways, lots going on. Very happy to be able to present this to you today. So much great work, and I'm happy to be able to do my part to help the industry every day.
Egan, thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. And thank you. I really enjoyed that part about the vaccination here. I hadn't realized all those parts, so that was really good too to hear that and to get that extra information. If we can, we'll just wait. I know we did have one question, but we can just wait till we get to the end here, just to keep our time rolling. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Keith Lehman. And Dr. Lehman has been the Alberta Chief Provincial Veterinarian for more than 5 years. He graduated from the University of Alberta with a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture in 1994, and from the Western College of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Saskatchewan in 1999. He has worked in private mixed animal practice and at both the federal and provincial levels of government, and has been a huge supporter of the Alberta pork industry. And we're very appreciative for all that you've done for the industry in the past number of years, and look forward to the same kind of support in the future, Keith, as well. And with that, I'll pass it over to you. Thank you.
All right, just getting set up here.
We can see the screen. Looks good.
Yes, I can see what all is going on with the meeting and with my screen and everything. So thank you very much, Darcy. Appreciate the introduction, and thank you to everybody in attendance here for having me here to also speak to part of the work that's going on. Specifically focused on what's happening within the province and a little bit also within the Western area. I'm also going to allude a little bit to a couple of the national pieces, but try to bring some perspective and some practicality to producers here, just to hear how it might impact them or how they might be involved in some of these things should we face the unfortunate situation of having African swine fever in Canada or North America. So I think I've got about 25 or 30 minutes here, but hopefully I won't take that full amount and get us a bit back more on track. I'm going to again speak to the Western and provincial situation and all the different components that are going on in the planning here at the local level, and then have some questions maybe at the end. So there's been a lot of information shared already. I know that it's been a lot to take in, I'm sure, for the attendees that are listening in. So I'm going to start off with some key messages as well. Some of them certainly overlap with what we've heard from Egan. Starting off, and for those that were at the Swine Tech session back in October, there's a bit of overlap, so I apologize for that, but I think it's important to hear these things again, and I'll expand a bit more on some of these things as we go along too. So I think, what the first thing that to me comes to mind is that we don't want to panic. And Egan has kind of gotten to a little bit of that as well, right? We want to keep doing the things that we do. A lot of those things, or all of those things that we do on a daily basis in our barns, in our operations, are going to be really important for several reasons. You know, one is that zoning, the contributions that it can make to zoning, the importance of the traceability data that we continue to submit on a regular basis, the biosecurity practices that you have in place to keep infection from getting into your farms, should it be in other parts of the country or the province. So those are very important things to continue to do should we find ourselves in that unfortunate situation. The second thing, and I can't state this one enough as well, is to take care of yourself, take care of your animals, look out for your colleagues, your peers within the industry. You know, it's going to be really important, as Egan said, to watch out for each other and yourselves, and continue to take care of your animals as well. And then the third thing for me is you know, there's going to be lots of information. I'm sure the rumor mills will get going. We saw how the rumor mill got going when we faced PED in 2019. So, you know, I really encourage everybody to try to stay connected through reliable sources of information, and I'm sure Alberta Pork will be one of those. You know, CFIA will be putting information out at a federal level in terms of what's happening on the disease side of things, and I'm sure we'll try to do that ourselves through our resources at the provincial level within the government of Alberta. And the last thing I would mention here is, and you'll hear as I go through the presentation here, and I'm sure as Javier speaks after me, you're going to see all of the work that Alberta Pork has been doing in this, you know, to support us at the provincial level. You know, we were able to fortunate enough and able to provide them with some financial support to help with some of this foreign animal disease preparedness, and of course most of it has gone towards African swine fever work, and they've been doing great work alongside us and supporting us. So I think, you know, I saw some of the discussion or some of the questions early on in the meeting here today, speaking to the level of resourcing within the office at Alberta Pork. And I think I mean, it's really important to understand the amount of work that is going on there, and the level of support that they're providing for us and for you as producers in terms of this preparedness work. And I know that that's just one file that they're working on amongst many. So so continuing on along those lines, we've heard obviously today that there's, you know, extensive planning going on. The way that this disease has started to move around the world, again relating back to detections in China in 2018, you know, identified that as a risk factor for, you know, for the globe, for us in Canada and North America. And so it's given us some unusual lead time to really do some heavy duty preparedness work. You know, and we've heard the previous speakers talk about some of the big files, the complex ones where we haven't made progress in the past, and maybe we just haven't had that driver. But this African swine fever situation has definitely put some drive behind us, and it's forced us to tackle some of the complex issues that we haven't in the past. And that includes things like coming up with destruction and disposal plans for mass scale mortalities or culls like we would have to deal with in a situation like this. In Canada, we've dealt with situations in poultry with avian influenza, or smaller scale incidents like TB or tuberculosis in cattle. But those are, you know, tend to be fairly local events. In the poultry situation or in the cattle side, it's just small potatoes compared to what we would deal with here. So this has definitely driven us to do some great preparedness work on complex aspects of this planning piece that we haven't addressed in the past. You know, we've heard speakers speak today about the lack of, or the gaps that remain, the big gaps that remain for us. And so from an outside perspective, it can certainly look like we're not making progress in some of these places. We don't have, you know, a playbook that's ready to go. But with that said, we've had some great work that has gone into this, some really complicated analysis of some of these complex issues. And we've been able to, through that analysis, rule out certain things or or point us in certain directions that are going to be more realistic, more practical, more effective. And those are conversations that without this planning time, we would be having in the heat of the moment during that wartime. So even though we don't have things completely figured out, we're a long ways down the road in terms of preparedness and planning compared to where we would be without this. The other thing that I would mention about the playbook is that we shouldn't expect that as a final outcome either. There's a lot that we can do to identify ways that we may act, but it's going to be so dependent on how the disease enters into Canada or into the United States, where it's located, in what sector of production it's located. So is it detected in a backyard pig or a commercial swine operation? Is it detected in a wild boar? And so, we've heard some references to those types of things earlier, but those are the things that make it difficult to take this planning to a complete final end stage and have a playbook per se. And so as a result, I think, we just have to be realistic about what our expectations are in that regard. I think the other thing that I want to say here, and this one is a bit risky, because on the one hand, I don't want producers to be changing the way they operate, letting the guard down. I want to have them continue to do all of the good things that they do. But when we look at the initial detection of African swine fever in China, just over 3 years ago now, we saw that as a significant threat. But at the same time, China has dealt with foot and mouth disease for years and years, and same with other parts of the world where African swine fever has been present. FMD, or foot and mouth disease, has been present in a lot of those places, and we have managed to keep foot and mouth disease out of the country despite ongoing trade with some of those countries, importation of feed products or feed ingredients, things like that. And so the biosecurity measures that we have, both at the national level, and so that's import controls and import policies, as well as the biosecurity measures taken on farm. And those are the things that producers that you do every day to protect your herds. Those are effective. And so we just need to continue to do those things. So again, I know there's some risk in that because we don't want people to be letting their guards down, but at the same time, we've seen that those can be successful if we do the right thing, if we continue to do the right things. So moving on down towards the work that's going on at the Western area and then also within the province, we had 4 slightly different pillars, and one of those pillars has sort of changed recently. But we've worked on things at the Western area under four areas of focus. And so the first one is incident management. So how we're going to coordinate ourselves in terms of responding and communications pieces that go along with that. The second one is the destruction and the disposal piece. We've heard reference to that today already, but I'll speak to that in a bit more detail in terms of what's happening at the local level. We've heard Egan talk about zoning, and he did a great job outlining the zoning and the differences between that and compartmentalization and how that works. But there's some permitting things that go along with that. And so I'm going to talk about that a little bit. We had a Western group that was looking at financial assistance programs, or the financial support piece that we know is going to be so critical in terms of any sort of response. I will speak to that, but at the Western level, we have sort of stopped that work because it's really important in my mind that happens at a national level, and I'll speak to why that is a little bit later. With that said, we've replaced that pillar with a wild pig pillar, and so just increasing some coordination and cooperation within the Western area so that we are working together in terms of trying to address the wild pig problems. So speaking to how we would coordinate our response, I know that this figure is not going to mean a whole lot to you at the producer level, but there are a few key things to take away. This is an early draft strategy or draft diagram of how we would organize ourselves in terms of response. And so up at the top in green, that's where we would have our command level, as well as some support positions within the red boxes. Within the orange along the left side, that's sort of the operational delivery of the response. Within the blue, that's the planning that happens to identify sort of what our plans are, both in the short term as well as the long term. And so that includes some things in terms of monitoring how the disease is moving, planning for that cull piece that's happening. There's advanced planning that looks more towards the longer term of what the outbreak might look like and how long down the road we should be looking at for recovery, and that starts to influence our decisions in terms of how we manage our breeding stock, whether we want to start to cull breeding stock or whether we're going to keep it active because we might be in a situation where we might be back into market soon enough. And then in the yellow and the gray are just some support functions in terms of finding resources and identifying funding. So again, that probably doesn't mean a whole lot to you, but I think in terms of places where you can see some relevance, we fully expect that industry, and specifically Alberta Pork and/or producers, could play some roles in terms of the blue sections. So if we need some subject matter expertise to ensure that we're understanding, the industry problems, industry barriers, logistics of how the industry operates on a day-to-day basis, there could definitely be a role there. Within the orange section at the operational level, similar type of potential role that could be played, but more on the tactical delivery of the response. And then within those red boxes, there's always a liaison position. But with that said, that's a very general position, and so that might be a place where you as producers might contact for information, whether it's access to financial programs that are available, or whether it's understanding or communicating your needs in terms of the needs to move pigs or things like that. So that's one place where you might see yourself linking in. The other thing within the orange boxes at the operational level on infected herds, what we've seen in some past outbreaks, and specifically the tuberculosis response in BC and also in Alberta, we saw CFIA start to assign case officers, and so we've got that designated as just one box here on the side. But basically, a case officer would be assigned to an infected farm and walk them through the entire process, be a main point of contact or a single point of contact as you go through that process of initial quarantine, destruction orders, moving forward with the destruction of your pigs on the infected farm, how to dispose of them, talking about compensation for the destroyed animals and things like that. So that's another place where you could see yourself linking in here. Moving on to destruction and disposal. So destruction, we know that Alberta Pork has been doing some great work with farms, going out, providing equipment, providing training on how to use the equipment to do on-farm destruction. Been doing some sharing of best practices through that exercise that was referred to, and so that's been helpful to ensure that we're all learning from each other and identifying all of the different options are available. And I think in terms of destruction, the one key message that's important to remember is that we don't want to focus on just one method for all of the pigs, or for even within classes of pigs, because if one method fails or isn't going to be available, then we need to make sure that we've got alternatives or contingencies in place. So it's really a toolbox approach to destruction. We've got a variety of different options that are available depending on the size or the weight class of the animals that you're looking at. And so I think that's one thing that that Alberta Pork has been working on with you and reinforcing, and that we'll continue to communicate on, especially as we come away from this exercise that we just completed, and see if there's any other things that we can share. On the disposal side of things, again, going back to the grant that we provided to Alberta Pork, they contracted a company by the name of Wood, and they Wood built a software program for us that has all of the farms across the province incorporated in there. The latest that we have in terms of sort of production data, production numbers for those farms, locations of landfills, assessments of soil suitability for burial. They also did an assessment of variety of different, or all of the different disposal options that we have available to us, and sort of rank those, or identified which ones are practical and realistic versus which ones are just not viable for us to use within the province. And so when I speak of non-viable ones, I speak of things like composting. The one factor that we really run into is a lack of carbon material at this mass scale level to be able to support that sort of activity. But alternative options like deep burial and landfills were highlighted as some of the top ones. And then in the middle, we've got things like above ground burial, which is almost like a mini compost type of approach. Burning, although that requires certain equipment and energy sources, but some really great work there as well. Zoning and permitting, like I said, Egan really covered off the zoning piece really well, as well as the compartmentalization. I think that the important thing that I want to convey here is that when it comes to infection, especially if it were to happen in Alberta, just to be cognizant of the fact that permits may be required to move pigs, may be required to move feed onto your farm. This is a piece of work that is also continues to be in progress. In terms of an application, we had an exercise that we held just earlier this year, and one of the things that came out of that was just some continued updates or improvements to the application so that it's easy to understand, easy to use. Permits could be applied for, or could be offered for longer periods of time, or they could be on a single basis. So there's a variety of different things that could happen there, and that's going to relate depending on whether you're right in the infected zone and the risk associated with the product that you plan to move. But yeah, for lower risk items, and if you're further away from infected farms or infected zones, primary control zones, then those permits may either not be necessary, or they may be issued for a standing period of time. Financial programs. So again, we started with some work on this at the Western area level. We've got provincial staff that are plugged into this as well. We've worked with Alberta Pork to review the existing business risk management programs, but also really focusing on the agri-recovery aspect of that BRM suite, and looking at ways to make that the best that it can be for a situation like this. So after reviewing those programs, we've also looked at a gap analysis to see where there may still be gaps in terms of funding needs, and again worked with Alberta Pork on that to ensure that we've as we go into meetings at the national level, that we're able to best represent the needs at the level here in Alberta or across the country, and build programs that are able to really support the industry as best as possible. There's no doubt in my mind that this is one of the foundational pieces for us in terms of having an effective response. Producers need to be confident that there's going to be a support system for them. And I continue to lobby for that any opportunity that I get. And I think that, the rest of our team here is doing the same. So it's a work in progress, but yeah, like I say, there's no doubt that that's a really critical piece for us. Within those discussions, you know, and Krista talked about the business continuity and the hog supply working groups. You know, we still have those questions around what that looks like in terms of maintenance of breeding stock, whether we start to downsize, and so those have financial implications as well. And then as the outbreak goes on longer and longer, or if we're, you know, if we're unable to control it, if we don't have the, you know, all of the tools that we need to be able to really identify where the disease is moving, and where the risks are, then, you know, we also need to be looking longer term in terms of that financial piece, and so what that means in terms of long-term competitiveness and debt restructuring. Some additional areas of focus. So again, the wild pig efforts, that was one that was replaced at the Western area level, but also tons of work going on at the provincial level here. We started off with a pilot within the ministry where we had a couple of traps that were being deployed around mostly north and west of Edmonton. Really successful in terms of capturing full sounders. You know, I think that's one of the critical pieces in terms of wild pig control is that we really need to go after the whole sounder. Hunting approaches and things like that tend to not be very good or not effective because the pigs are smart. They just disperse when there's a threat around like that, and so you just end up spreading the problem around. And so that's some really important work that we're using in terms of the traps and the remote activated gates that are capturing a full sounder and then killing the entire sounder once we've got them captured. We've recently announced that pilot has been adopted or approved as a program within the ministry, and so while that may be a bit symbolic, I think it's also good that, you know, I hope it gives it some sustainability to continue with that work going forward. We've also done some extra work in that regard in terms of surveillance, so trying a number of different things, including GPS collars around a pig, like a Judas pig, that would be giving us an idea of where they migrate, where we can find them. Using drones with thermal vision so that we can see, you know, how big the sounders are or try to identify them. Through that type of an approach. We've got environment and parks with some detector dogs that are trained to spot on pig feces, and so the ability for them to identify some wild pigs and their movements with the use of those sniffer dogs has been quite interesting. So lots of work. And then, you know, in terms of the traps, we've also expanded that through the grant with Alberta Pork from 2 traps to 5 traps. So that's another encouraging thing in the province. Surveillance, we heard some discussion today already about CanSpot ASF. So, and Krista presented some figures in terms of the numbers of samples that we've seen. In Alberta, we've now seen some samples come through the program as well, and so I wanted to thank the producers who have identified those, as well as their veterinarians for getting those samples in. And you know, those are really important for us. The surveillance samples could be very helpful in terms of some of those zoning discussions as well. Being able to demonstrate that we've got historical surveillance that has looked for the disease in a certain part of the country. You know, for example, let's say that the disease makes its way into Canada in Quebec or in Atlantic Canada, and we've got a substantial level of surveillance in Western Canada to show that we've been looking and we haven't found it. That really goes a long way to adding the credibility to a zoning request with our trading partners. That combined with, you know, the traceability piece that Egan spoke about. So work going on with backyard and smallholders. A lot of that is primarily through Alberta Pork, so I suspect Javier may speak to that a little bit later, but if not, we can come back to do some questions on that. But we also heard reference to the work that's being done by the Prairie Swine Center as well. some really good work there in terms of surveys and finding out some of the practices and risk factors out there within those backyard operations, as well as ways to reach out to them and provide them with information that they are going to listen to. They're not necessarily willing to listen or open to listening to somebody like Alberta Pork that they may perceive as representing the commercial industry. They see themselves as a very different type of producer. They also may not necessarily see or perceive the government as being a good place to get information. That's something that we've seen change over time and is unfortunate. But so finding independent ways or independent looking ways to disseminate information to them is a strategy that's being employed. And the last thing I think I'm going to talk about today, I think, is movement controls. And again, Krista alluded to this a little bit, but I've got some things here that I think will be applicable or practical here for you as producers. So just quickly, she mentioned the groups that are, or the different items or areas that we're looking at. So one is identifying essential versus non-essential movements. And again, this is primarily focused within the first 72 hours while we really try to get a sense of what's happening with the disease, whether it's widespread or what sorts of risks of movement off the farm might have occurred to spread the disease. And 72 hours is even a pretty tight window. Egan mentioned the idea that some of these agreements, could take, 2 weeks, 2 months to put into play. But with that said, that first 72 hours is certainly a very critical time period. And so seeing which movements we need to continue to have happen during that time versus those that are not can reduce the risk of spread. The second piece is an in-transit protocol. So shipments that are already on the road, when we get that first or initial suspicion of disease, whether that be sort of something that's seen clinically by a veterinarian on farm, or whether that's an initial lab test or something like that. What are we going to do with things that are on the road? And that takes me back to the incident involving pigs that showed up at Olymel with blister-like lesions back, I think it was in 2011. And there, I just remember my time at CFIA, then there was, questions about what do we do with things that are on the road already. And so having this in place ahead of time is going to be really helpful for the drivers that are out there and the places that are, that are receiving shipments from those drivers. One of the questions around essential to non-essential, or that fits into that, is the continued movement to slaughter during that first 72 hours. So do we continue to move, recognizing that that might be low risk because they are all going to a terminal destination, but at the same time, there is some risk with those trucks traveling to that site, leading to which is essentially an intermingling or a commingling site, and then potentially some disease crossover or potential crossover between the vehicles and then going back out to another farm. So especially in trucks that are, that are not dedicated, not owned by the farm, trucks that may be going from, between different farms. And then the last piece is that, that analysis of the traceability data that we have in place already and how much that can support our zoning discussions in advance of an outbreak, as well as in the face of an outbreak, and reiterating the importance of continuing to submit your manifests so that we have that current traceability data and submitting them, as quickly as possible. That 48 hours versus the 7 days that Egan spoke about is very, very important. So I think my last slide here, this is the in-transit protocol. And so again, this is one of those sort of practical pieces, just to give you an idea of what we're looking at. This is not completed yet, but it gives you an idea of sort of what we're looking at. And so along the left side, looking at different potential origins. So from a single farm or, a pickup from multiple farms, picking up from some sort of an assembly site or auction, picking up from a terminal finishing facility, so like a finisher barn, picking up from a show or an exhibition or some sort of an export facility. And then across the top are the intended destinations. So moving to another farm, moving to an assembly yard, moving to a terminal finishing, a finishing facility, moving to a show or exhibition, moving to export, or moving to abattoir. And there are some complications in there that we still need to work in as well. You know, moving to export, there's a dependency of whether that truck is still on the Canadian side of the border or whether it has already crossed the border. There's obviously differences in terms of what can be done then. But these are, you know, this gives us a bit of a matrix in terms of the types of options that would be available, or the guidance that would be given to truckers, depending on where they had started and where they are ending. So, so those are, you know, this is another thing I think that we'll be able to communicate more out once we've got it into a final stage. So with that, that's all for me. And so I believe that I will pass it back over to Darcy, and we'll hold questions until the end.
Okay, well, thank you, Keith. That's great. And thanks for touching base on the financial part too, because I think that's top of mind for most producers. I know myself, and it was in, I think, 2011 or 10, actually, June. I remember that's when I got the phone call about the plant closing. That, yeah, it's a critical thing to know about what to do in transport, you know, in the movement of pigs, because we just don't have what we had before for infrastructure. So thanks for, I know there's a lot of things and moving parts there, and those are some of the critical ones we need to touch base on and make sure we've got a good plan. And I appreciate that you're working hard for that. With our next speaker, Javier, you're at the tail end and probably in the way of many people's dinner. Sorry to put you in that position. But Javier Bahaman is our Alberta Pork Quality Assurance and Production Manager, and he has a great deal of experience, as many of you know, that have worked with him, both from his previous positions at Ole Mill and Maple Leaf, where he actually was right in the barn and managing things and looking after production. As well as the numerous organizations before that he worked for in Colombia, including the Colombian Association of Pork Farmers. And that's where he got the formal part of his university education, including many things that he covered off on in animal science, in nutrition and ag management. So we were very lucky to have Javier on board at Alberta Pork, and he and his team do a great job, and we really appreciate that. And with that, Javier, I'll give the floor to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Darcy, and I hope you can hear me and see my screen very well.
We can, yeah.
Perfect. So let's try to do that as Darcy elaborated. I'm in between your dinner and having so much fun. So let's start to look at what Alberta Pork is really focusing on. As we heard, there is a ton of work that we have been working on, from the national to the provincial to the western area. So fear the fever, and what we can tackle this huge threat to our industry. With that, we will, just bear with me. We will start, and I think this is all the tools that we have available, and it's giving us the picture of what is really happening around the world with a disease like that. And in that perspective, we really need to be prepared, plan for it, and have a very good plans for response, and at the same time for recovery from any of these threats. As a lot of them have elaborated, this is a shared responsibility, and I wanted to put it that specifically. It's a shared responsibility between the governments, provinces, industry, and other stakeholders from industry. So it is a lot of different organizations and different people that needs to be collaborating to get the best outcome as we have looked at it today. Our pillars are so important, that they are the ones that are going to give us that kind of a capacity to get into the moment of to respond to a threat like this. So I won't get into much because we have heard enough of those, but we will be focusing on these pillars and what we have been done on each of them. So from the biosecurity perspective, as we know, it is the most important tool to prevent African swine fever transmission. As some of the speakers elaborate, the strict implementation of those basics biosecurity measures can really greatly reduce the risk of you getting this into a farm. From that, we have been working with the CPC and other partners to get that biosecurity standard and get released that new Canadian swine biosecurity standard in 2022. This new standard will replace the one that we already have, that is the one that we have been working on, and it was made by the Canadian Swine Health Board back in 2010. So what it means for us, I just put one of those examples that we can have, and this is just one of those questions that we have been asking producers since the beginning of these pillars back in 2012. From this, what I wanted to get you to think is we have great participation in the beginning and not that great participation. So we continue to see the importance of getting the message out and what each of these questions are important. For example, in this one, when we ask the question, do you have a policy for bringing pork meat onto the farm? And not just for ASF, for other diseases as well. 310 producers or premises participating in that specific one, and 84% answering that they do not have that policy, but at the time. After this realizing of our industry, we came up with the next generation, let the vets and the producers work around that. And from the second generation of those biosecurity assessments, we can see the participation of 300 premises, and now just 14% of them have that kind of a policy. So from 2012, with 84% having no policy, to the last one that is a couple of them still having that kind of a policy, it gives you the importance of any of these biosecurity assessment, the importance of to answer them correctly and with an experts on that. So what I wanted to say is that we have, you guys as a producers have to avoid at all time the compliancy on it. We cannot be compliant in a disease like this, and biosecurity is our greatest tool of all the time for get it African swine fever deal with. So a couple of numbers that I wanted to put in together is that from all this assessment that we have assessed 153 premises. We still have a new target, and that new target is that you all are going to participate for the second generation of this assessment, and that we are ready for doing it in this new target for 2022 to 2023. With that, I just wanted to mention a little bit of the work that we have been working on the small backyard producers. And that's been focusing pretty much on collaborating with the different industry and trying to understand the community, trying to understand who they listen to, what is the message that they want to hear from us. And with that, we collaborate with the Price Wine Center in the survey that was made. That was great information for all of us to have and trying to react to it. We have been putting good seminars when we collaborate with AFAC to put those seminars in order for them to disseminate all the work that it needs to be happening and all these biosecurity principles that they need to have. At the same time, as some of them work or have some bad contact, we approached the Alberta Veterinary Medical Association, and we provided that organization that obviously united all the veterinarians in our province to get the information that we already have. With that approach, we are reaching every single practitioner from the city to the rural area that have dealt with the pig in a time to get the information and to get more informed about what is this threat that we all are talking about. Moving on to our pillar and all the elaborating on a little bit more specifically talking about Alberta. We are, I think, one of the unique because we are the only one or the only province that have a legislation on it. And that legislation allowed us to call this wild pork at large a pest. So they are considered even like the rat level. So wild pork at large and a rat would be the same. So we have the capacity with this legislation to get and help those landowners that want to eradicate them to really eradicate those individuals or those sounders that are being problematic in those different areas. With that, as Dr. Lehman says, we have an Alberta Act team dedicated to it. It's a lot of expertise that they have been putting in the ground. And with the commitment from our board of directors as well, we have a new contractors that we hire, and they are the one actively looking after all these different traps that we have across those areas identified have the problems. On the other line, on the other side, we have been collaborating as well with Alberta Invasive Species Council and a new strategic on how we communicate with all other different communities that sometimes they are not reached by our communication, or we don't have that close relationship, but this kind of organization does. So they do that kind of a work in a manner that they disseminate as well this information, and that we can give the information required to the specific communities. And we are talking about the Hunters Association, we're talking about the trail people that likes to go and do the hiking, how they can identify, or if they look at it or they witness one of these sites of wild boars, they can have the proper information read it and report it to the authorities, which is unique and good for us here in Alberta. Moving on for our second pillar on our preparedness and planning, as we were talking and we are already on it, it is really important, as the same as Dr. Krista and Egan and all those Keith were saying about to have the surveillance, to have those cases eligible to get tested. And the more we test and the more negative that we have, as we can see here, the more we can have those information ready to really declare our province or systems free of this disease when the time comes. So you as a producer can help this. So this is a conversation that we encourage you to have with your vet. They do have this information and they can collaborate with you to getting those samples to be tested in our Alberta agriculture lab or in others that have those agreements now. And that's what the great portion of the CanSpot is. So it's a lot of collaboration between a lot of different labs in order for us to get it to the point that we can detect the disease and we can have that surveillance moving. From the depopulation and disposal working group directly covering Alberta, we have already the different methods approved that we can use for the infected herd and the welfare call when the time comes. And the infected herd, it is really, really a word that we have been focusing on with our CFI Alberta folks. And we are thankful for CFI to be open to discuss all that herd decisions in order to really, really depopulate these infected farms. If the case of African swine fever arrive or we are challenged here in our province. At the same time, in these peace times, we have been working since 2015 in training producers with the proper tools and the best tools available for you in order to get to the level that we have our base of producers trained and ready when the time comes as well, when any of these diseases can happen. So far, we have covered 111 premises, putting equipment on. And if we look at the sow basis, we are being covered so far 60%. So slowly we have been working on, and as we all know, COVID be grateful for us to get this done in a greater manner. But we are happy and we are eager to continue to that. So if you haven't participated in any of these different training sessions, we will encourage you to contact us here at the office and then we can plan accordingly with that. As Keith was saying about our different tools and the funding that they have given us to deal with a lot of these different planning and preparedness. This is one of the tools that we have prepared. This is the tool that is being already disseminated across all the different Western provinces and Ontario and Quebec. And the tool itself is the one that is going to allow us to get it to the point that we can really and quickly look at any scenario that is going to be posed by any of these different situations if African swine fever is detected in a farm in different parts of Canada. So our thinking was to get into the point that we can get the information to a software like this and get it to quickly to get some answers when the time comes, what is the availability of the equipment, how many people do we need, resources, time, and where places we can work on. So it's been very, very good, and it's already available for us in our incident command. At the same time, we have been disseminated across Western Canada, and as I said, Ontario and Alberta. As Keith referred to, this is another of those tools that we have developed. And this is very elaborating on the front that we have the capacity now to really tell each of you if you are able to dispose of those animals in your farm, so if you can bury those animals or not, or what would be the consequences to do so if we decide to do it. So it is a very comprehensive tool that we can use and that we can get you a report on with the proper session that we are being trying to get it to the producers' hands. Now in the same section as we were talking, the preparedness and planning, as we were talking about zoning and movement controls. This is a very highly technical, as you can see from the presentation that all of our presenters did today. It's highly technical, is regulated by CFIA in so many different fashions. And this application of those movement control individual premises is really important. So what you can do is specifically talking about Alberta swine traceability system. We have a unique system that it works very well for us, for Albertans and for Alberta producers. This Alberta swine traceability system allowed us to get that information in a fashion that when we ask for a report, that report is ready and available for any epidemiologist to take a look at it, to any of those movements to be assessed. And that is important, as Egan was saying. Time needs to be our enemy on any of this. So we can really prove our points in any of these situations. It's going to be the most important part for us. So we are asking producers to continue to do the great job that you guys do, and we continue to improve the system, and we want you to get into the e-manifests and these other systems that we have been working on. So this is a great deal for all of you actually, and for us as well. All the other movements as well are going to be really important, as you can see in the last slide from Keith, that is really important to understand all this. And trying to understand this, and I know it's a lot of information that we're dumping today on you guys, but that's why we have been putting training together. We are eager to meet with you. We are eager to get that information and to have all these tools working for you, that you really can associate all these conversations in a fashion that makes sense when you are working in your farm, and what needs to be ready on it. So far, we have been just doing 3 sessions on it, just because COVID restrictions and all the other things that we have been encountered over the years, but or wish or eager is to really get into the point that everyone's have the training, understanding, and that they can relate all this information to the farms, and they can get, or you guys can get ready on that front. Moving to pillar number 3, and ensuring business continuity is really important. As we said, as Egan was elaborating in his presentation, we have trade, and those trades are so important that our veterinary authority, in this case CFI, and the government of Canada have been working on. And we have those agreements, US, the European Union, Vietnam, and that Japan being in progress is huge for all of us. Maintaining the confidence in the Canadian pork and adapt to market changes, that's the other portion of it that is really, really important for us. So that's why we continue to support all the work that we've been talking about. Alberta Pork continue to be an active member of all these groups, and we continue to work in of BRM programs, trying to get that response moving and trying to get what is going to be that kind of a response for ASF when the time comes and we get challenged. At the same, the other initiative as compartmentalization and trade agreements, those have been our focus as well, and trying to get that to the point that we can continue to say, as Ewan was reporting today, that if Japan gets into the point that signs an agreement with us as Canada, it will be huge for us. It's a very important market for us, and we continue to work on it. So this is really important work, and we have been really happy to be collaborating with all of us, all of the other groups on it. And from the last slide, from the Alberta Pork management of the communication, this is what we need to deal in a situation where Alberta gets to the point. We need to collaborate and to have ready support for the incident command, that is going to be, as Keith was mentioning in his presentation, the CFI, Alberta Agriculture and Alberta Pork will be meeting in this situation to deal with the destruction, surveillance, movement and permitting, compensation, cleanliness and disinfection, biocontainment and biosecurity of all those different farms. If we get to see an infected farm in Alberta, at the same time, we will need to start to communicate within the Alberta Pork, the operation of the Alberta Pork every day, to support these efforts on the EOC and support for producers, and get the information as fast as possible to you, that you have the latest and better information every time. And on the other fashion is how we work nationally and how we can support all the other pork boards if the time comes for trades and policy. So this is the management of the communication, and we have been having a lot of conversations, and we have certain understanding on how we are going to communicate and how we can get all this information up to the producer base, that at the end of the day, you guys are the one that are going to be working with us in any of these hard situations. And with that, I will say that that's what I got for today. So I will pass it to you, Darcy. And
Thanks, Javier. I appreciate that. Really good presentation, and a lot of work that you've been working on, I know for sure. Just to touch base on some questions here. I don't know if we have any questions coming in from anybody right now. They're thinking about it. We'll watch for it, but there are two, and one was to you, Egan, if you wouldn't mind. If other countries accept our zoning agreements, does that mean we accept theirs as well?
Yeah, great question. Really good question. So it depends on the country and the zoning agreement. So we have a bilateral zoning agreement with the United States. And so it's a back and forth. We would recognize their zones, they would recognize ours. The same is in place with the European Union. We recognize theirs, they recognize ours. The other agreements that I spoke about, Singapore, Vietnam, so on, those are African swine fever primary control zone specific, and they are one direction. And that one direction, you know, I had a really good talk with one of Canada's trade people here on yesterday. And they reminded me that these one directional unilateral trade agreements, they're really hard discussions. So the fact that we've managed to put together so many this year is really a credit to sort of industry continuing to push for this.
Okay, no, thanks, Egan. Javier, did you want to add to that? Did you say you?
Sorry, which one?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just seeing a little thing there. It says Javier would like to answer this question live. So I don't know. Did you write that in? If not, then don't worry about it. It's okay. We did have another question though from Ard. If you want to pose that question, Charlotte, if you can help Ard open up his line, or Ard, you can just do it all yourself. Just take yourself off mute there. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see that we have like 100 wonderful things that we're doing, but there's only two things right now important, I think. It is zone the country and talk to the trading partners and see if they wanna acknowledge our zoning, and then I think pray to God that they do it when it happens, you know. If you split the country in, for instance, provinces as zoning, just for example, then you know, you can isolate the one province and maybe the rest can keep going and try to make something out of it. I don't have very high hopes if it ever hits, but you know, if we do nothing, that's not right either. But in my mind, we need zoning and talk to the trading partners, and the rest is all, you know, the rest of the work is good. But I mean, if our main trading partners don't accept it, we're just spinning our wheels and wasting money and time.
I'll leave that one for maybe Keith. Do you want to maybe tackle that one? Is that something that you could?
Yeah, I can. I mean, I can take a shot at it. You know, as Egan said during his presentation, zoning is something that is, you know, is fully established once you get into wartime. Like you can set up the agreements in advance, and you can have the, you know, the countries agree. I think you've hit on one point there, Art, that, you know, whether the countries will honor the agreement when it happens, you know, there's some hesitation there, or some concern, but with that said, that's where the relationships come in, right? And so if we've got those effective relationships built, and we've got a good understanding of what the control measures are that are in place within the country, and that those are being implemented fully. And so we talked about traceability, that producers are still submitting their manifests, and that we've got a good understanding of and good accurate records of what the animal movements are. Those are important pieces, but at the same time, when that outbreak happens, there's going to be some obligation on us as a country to show that the disease is contained to the area where it is initially detected, and that it hasn't spread out of that area. And that's going to require surveillance to occur to show, to be able to prove that, right? And so, as I mentioned in my talk, having some of that surveillance done in advance to show that the disease, you've been actively looking for the disease across the country, and that provides some evidence that it's not there, that's also going to go a long ways to helping us. But so yeah, I mean, I think it's easy to say that we do all of this in advance, and then we have the agreements in place, and we just implement it if the disease happens, and that we continue to trade. But there's a lot of factors that will affect that that situation when the disease happens. You know, where it happens, whether it's in backyard pigs, whether it's in wild pigs, whether it's in commercial herds, and how well we can demonstrate that it is contained. I don't know, Egan, anything to offer on that?
Yeah, in my mind, you have to set up zones first, and then go to the trading partner and say, hey, look, this is a zone, like we're 3,000 kilometers away from Ontario, for instance. If it happens in Ontario, are we going to be affected? Can we zone Manitoba into it, or it can be whatever? That has to be, or not? Are you going to go to the trading partner and have them blind sign? Yeah, if we zone something, will you sign for this? Or, you know, don't we have to zone before we do it, and then you can have a solid talk about it, in my mind. But maybe you guys think different. I don't know.
Maybe.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
So in the ideal scenario, we could do that, but the reality of the situation in Canada is that we have, if you know, we're looking at Western Canada as an example, we have movement that happens across provincial borders every day, and so to be able to say, you know, we want this country X to accept Alberta or Saskatchewan or Manitoba as a zone, we just can't do that, because the reality is that there's way too much risk of the disease potentially moving between those jurisdictions as a result of the normal way that the industry operates. And the same goes for the West versus the East. I mean, there's not as much movement, but there is movement that happens between Eastern and Western Canada. And so we can't go in advance and have somebody accept the fact that Western Canada is not a risk if the disease happens in Eastern Canada, because we do have some movements that happen.
But don't you think if the disease hits, that the movement stops right there? Because who's going to slaughter? Maybe the integrated slaughter their own pigs, but the independents are all done, I think, in my mind, right the first day. So I don't really see the problem in that. If you zone it, then at least you have something you can go by and say, okay, well, we can't move pigs into Manitoba, or we can't move pigs into Alberta, or whatever it is. If you have a zone, you can, at least you have a border that you can go by. Like for the trading partners, that's a clear thing too, I would think, in my mind, but maybe I'm wrong.
So I appreciate that, you know, that question or that clarification as well. And that's where we have to look at the disease itself. So every disease has an incubation period, which is the time between when the animal gets exposed to the agent, whether it's a virus or a bacteria, and the time when it starts to show clinical disease. And then when we would potentially test to see whether that disease is present. So during that time, disease can be moving around, right? If you've got a farm that has the disease that's incubating, maybe it hasn't shown up clinically, or the farmer hasn't necessarily suspected that that disease might be present, movements are continuing to happen during that time. And so other farms could be at risk. The disease could be spreading during that time. The perfect scenario is where we, the disease, that incubation period is as short as can be, and that we are so perfect that we find the very first case of that disease showing up in our national herd. But the potential with African swine fever is that that might not happen. In some cases, the disease can mimic other diseases that we see on a regular day-to-day basis. And so we may miss the first case. It's important that we be vigilant and we be contacting our veterinarians if we have a suspicion of it, but it can look like other diseases that we see.
If I maybe can, I kind of equate to my little analogy of all this is you're doing the work ahead of time so that you can make sure that you can move things. And I look at it as I have a house. If my house starts on fire, I don't want to go build a fire station. I want to make sure it's already there. And I want to make sure that I bought the insurance before the house is burned to the ground because they actually won't give me any. But I think that's the analogy though, Art, is like they are working on all these zoning issues, but also all the background stuff so that people respect that we are doing the right thing and that all these pillars are in place so that if it does come, we've addressed the issues already about financing and destroying and moving pigs and what we have to do to try to keep farms alive. If we don't do it now, it won't happen if ASF hits.
I get that, but in my mind, the zoning, and talking to the trading partners about the zoning.
I think we are. I think we had a list there, didn't we? United States, Vietnam,
we're done, right?
Europe. We're working on Japan. I think those are trading zone things, right? And they don't have to agree to them at the time either. So
no, but
like we
if
don't
you
have
have something in place, that should be the first thing to me, because the rest is all nice and dandy. But if the trading partners don't accept the zoning or whatever, the rest is all. I mean, they're all spending money because everybody that sits here on the panel gets paid by somebody.
Art, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think they've told you that they are doing
the markets is the main thing. The markets is the main thing. The markets where you go to, your customers, that those guys have to accept. And that's the first thing they should work on. But all the guys that are working on it now, they should work on that.
Okay, well, we can ask them to stop doing all the work and just to work on trade issues. I'm sure they'd be happy,
That's a completely different thing.
Yeah. Can I let Martin come in on a bit of a question here as well too, just so we keep mindful of our time. Sorry.
Yes. So what if we look at the numbers of like Canada is exporting country that exports 70% of the pork. If we do, and I know if ASF hits, we're not sure what part of the country will get it first. But there might have to be, because of export markets being shut down, there'll have to be a lot of producers that have to cut back production because of oversupply of what our domestic market can handle. Is there any consideration, or has there any talk been, conversation been with government to know once we get over it, we'll be looking at a way to build back the industry again? Is there any conversation happening with government how we protect the genetic partners in Canada to rebuild the herd again?
So I can take a stab at that, Darcy.
Thanks.
And the easy answer, Martin, is yes. The hog supply working group is covering off, some of the points that you raised. But as of today, we still don't have firm financial commitment and transparency on exactly how that will look. The discussions have been ongoing for some years now, and it's the big elephant in the room. Ontario Pork put out a nice little piece this week that they think it'll cost them $1 billion to downsize their sector, and that's just downsize it. And then you have to put all the money into upscaling it again. So those conversations are ongoing, massive amounts of money, and they're difficult working groups.
Thanks, Egan.
I'm not seeing any other questions here at this time. If there's any last words you guys might want to have, I'll leave it to you. If not, that's.
Yeah, just in the chat, Darcy, there was one question about how many countries don't have ASF, and so I mean, I think that it's a bit of a tough question to answer, and then maybe it's better to ask about, you know, how many questions have reported, how many countries have reported versus not reported, and then of those that have not reported, you know, there's some of those that don't have it, and then there's some of those that just haven't reported it. So it's not a clear-cut answer, but you know, generally we could say, you know, all the rest of the countries in the world that are not considered to be ASF positive or to have ASF would be non-ASF countries, but within that group, some of them may have it, but just haven't reported it to the international authorities.
Sure.
That's a really tough question. You know, Keith, and you can remind me, I think it's something like 30 new countries in the last 4 years have identified ASF within their borders. But if you look at, as we started exploring the Puerto Rico, Haiti and the Dominican Republic issue, you realized that none of the South American countries or Central American countries can even test for ASF. So we have a lot of countries in the world, including in the Americas, that can't even do an ASF test anywhere in their country. So it's complicated.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for that. I'm not seeing any more questions, so we'll maybe close it at that. We've gone past our hour. I just would like to thank our panelists. Thank you, Keith and Egan and Javier and Krista. She's not able to stay with us, but I appreciate the great information and the time you spent with us. It's much appreciated. Also, I just would like to remind everybody that about the little gift that's on its way to our producers, and we'll just go off of those that were attended our meeting to send that to you, and also use it as part of a pilot project, and we'll send some information to you as well. Hopefully you can participate in that. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you very much for attending, to everybody that's here. And I'll leave the last word always to the chairman. If you'd like to say something, Brent, before we go.
Well, I would like to thank everybody for attending. It's been a very interesting day, a lot of information. And so thank you very much. And I look forward to a healthy, prosperous, but challenging industry, which has always been the case. So have a good night, everybody. Thank you very much.